Will view much of our transformation as something that's happening at a very distant level, and not sufficient transformations that actually begins to impact on the lives of institutions that our people are living in daily contact with. In terms of transformation of the schools to which children attend, the schools to which communities look for an improvement in the basic lives of their people, I don't think that many of our communities would say that they are seeing enough change. And the challenge for the movement, particularly in these last 9 months or 10 months before the elections, is that we will only be able to achieve our goals of effective transformation of education if we are able to express the hopes, the dreams, the wishes, the hopes of ordinary people, and make sure that the masses of our people are partners with us in the transformation of our system, not only at institutional level, school by school, but also in the entire policy and conceptualization process that is guiding the transformation of schools. Amanda.
Comrades, as I become aware that we are caught up by time, we are going to have an adjustment on our program, but I request comrades to make that announcement so that comrades become clear as to what is going to happen, because now we are caught up by time. Comrades,
comrades, we are making arrangements to postpone lunch by a few minutes, so we can allow the discussion to go on.
Thank you. Comrades, you have heard Comrade Mary saying, don't educate them is gone. Therefore, students must go back to school, as Comrade Kapang was saying too. As I'll be giving the opportunity to Comrade Tulas, comrades, I must say, I've said to comrades, even panelists, that will take 10 minutes. It is a clear indication that a politician and a priest, you can't differentiate between the two. Both people can talk and continue. But comrades, let me say before I call comrades to deliberate, comrades, you can't sleep forever. There are comrades who are asleep and rest and become concerned. You can't sleep forever. On the education transformation, Comrade Tula.
Viva Sasco, viva! Viva! Viva Cossas, viva! Viva! Viva the ANC, viva! Viva! Viva the SACP, viva! Viva Cossado, viva! Viva! Thank you, Comrade Chairperson of the session, Comrade President of SASCO and Comrade General Secretary of SASCO, Comrade Philip, Comrade Mary, our head mistress for schools in Gauteng, and an ANC leader in Gauteng, comrades, members of SASCO and COSAS, and non-members. Comrades, now I must declare I'll talk more than 2 minutes. But I'll try not to make it more than 2 minutes. But comrades, I want to indicate that I would like to express our appreciation as for the opportunity which has been given that we come and deliver or contribute to this debate. And I think let's commend SASCO, because it's rare these days that comrades talk about political workshops, debate. You see, we have been talking about political tolerance, but it appears as if ourselves in the mass democratic movement are becoming intolerant of the difference. If you criticize SATU, start labeling other people as reactionary. When you criticize them on legitimate issues, about some of the people coming to school at 9 o'clock, having their lunches in shebeen, ever drunk and so on. They cannot teach. People say, no, we are reactionary. If you criticize some of the policies, people label you as either right-wing or ultra-left, as if we cannot debate. And I think we have to do away with such a tradition. The students must be able to sit with us and criticize us as SATU. We must equally do the same. The department must be able to criticize us. We must listen, because if you don't listen to criticism, you will never develop. You see, once you listen to a criticism and you acknowledge, that is the first step of developing, because we are going to address those weaknesses. And I think, therefore, this debate is about that. Especially now that we are preparing for the elections. I listened very carefully yesterday to the questions which were coming from the Congress. We must be able to go to our masses, to the teachers and the students in all the universities and schools and say, vote for the ANC. We must do that without a lamp here. Because if we have a lamp, we will not be able to convince the people. Hence, therefore, we must debate the weaknesses in policy formulation and so on, so that we have responses. We are ready when we go to the masses. They will be asking us questions that the other year we promised us 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we must have ready-made responses. Therefore, whenever we are raising these issues, we must not be seen as reactionary or ultra. Comrades, this debate is very broad. Comrade Mary has alluded to that. But Comrade Mary has not done what I thought she will do. She has decided to pull her punches. Because I think there are criticisms which they are having at the political level against us as the teachers and as SASCO and COSAS, although we are aligned with them. And we must debate those issues here. Because I'm not going to pull my punches now. But comrades, what we are saying, the topic is very broad. Transformation of education. Then I've decided then, comrades, to say I want to focus on one particular area. To focus on the issue of the education and the funding or the financing of the education. Because I want to deal with the budget. The reason is because I know a lot of marches in the tertiary institution, a lot of fight by SATU and COSAS has to do with issues which have implications on funding in this transformation. But I think Comrade Mary has already indicated, comrades, that part of this discourse, we have looked into the question of the structural changes which we have made, the personnel changes which we have made. We have looked into the question, now we're debating the question of the ideological orientation of the people who are in the public service, because the transformation of education is part and parcel of a bigger transformation, which is the transformation of the public service. And when we deal with that, we're dealing with issues of when we're talking about a reorientation, we're talking about the new philosophy within our workers, new philosophy within those structures. We're talking about new work ethics. Because one of the things we have to talk about in the transformation, it's new work ethics and new cultures within the student movement, within the teacher movement, and everybody. Because we must also understand, as people like ourselves as teachers, that we're delivering a service to the communities. And in transformation, we have to talk about those. And I think that's what Comrade Mary was talking about. And I think we need, therefore, to deepen that debate. What do we mean, a new culture in education? To the students, to the teachers, to the administrators, new work ethic. What we're trying to say, comrades, democracy, and when we're talking about this transformation, we must not just talk about provisioning by government. We must also talk about the responsibilities of ourselves as students, responsibilities of ourselves as teachers, also as parents, of course, without absolving the government of its responsibility to provide. And I think that's what we have to talk about if we want to talk about the transformation. But I won't go into that. I've decided to pick up one particular issue, which is, I've said I'm focusing on education and the funding and the budget. But comrades, we need to say, when we are talking about transformation, we're talking about free education and so on. We should not talk as if these concepts are new concepts. As early as 1976, we talked about free education. We gave meaning to that. As the NECC, we spent a lot of time with COSAS, with SASCO, and NUSA then, and later on SATU. We spent a lot of time talking about what do we mean by free education and all these other new concepts. Therefore, what we are supposed to be doing now in this discourse is not to start repeating those things, reinstating. Fine. But we need to say, in our new government, how far have we gone in implementing those? I think that's what is key. How far have we gone in implementing free education? And therefore, we start evaluating what are the limitations. Because to us, in transformation, it's about giving a free education. Now, how far have we gone in doing that? And what are the limitations? What are the successes? Indeed, comrades, if you look into the legislative framework, which has been participatory, which has allowed us to participate through the various standing committees and so on, we have been able to put that proper framework. We have been able to put the nice policies down. And I think at the policy front, we have been able to succeed. With all the provinces, at the national level, you have National Education Policy Act, you have an Act in Culture of Education, the Schools Act. We have a lot of structures being legitimized and so on. But what we need to say, how far are we in terms of implementing those on the ground? I think that should be part of the debate around the transformation. But comrades, if I might move to this concept of education and the budget, I want to start by saying, one of the limitations which we're facing is the question of the macroeconomic policy. That's a limitation. It might have some good aspects, but we want to argue that as SACU, our position is in line with the position which has been adopted by COSATU, that the present restrictive fiscal policy and adherence to this rigid borrowing and revenue targets as exposed in here, it places a crippling limitation on the RDP and severely weakens the transformation goals of redress and health. On that one, we're saying it very clearly, comrades. You will find, comrades, that the reason why there's talk of downsizing and so on, there is no money, it's because there are certain targets which have been put by the government. And we reject that. We say it's inappropriate and arbitrary imposition of targets without proper calculation of the cost to development or consideration of the potential returns to the increased social spending. We are arguing that rather than talking about the limitations of the finances, you must also cost and say what are the implications to development. Because the reality in South Africa, if we are saying, in terms of human resource development, people in South Africa were underdeveloped, then we start putting those limitations, then we are in for a very serious problem. You will sit after 10 years still with a lot of people still being underdeveloped. We are arguing strongly that around the fiscal policies, we need to be flexible. That's one area which we are critiquing in here. And we are also saying we are recognizing the importance of the new budgeting process, MTEF, but we see that as a tool to encourage the long-term planning and the rational use of limited resources. We accept that the resources are limited. We're not operating with unlimited resources. But we are saying the MTEF should not just be seen as an end in itself, but it should be seen as a tool. As a union, we support the move towards greater transparency and stakeholder participation in the budgetary processes. But I think what is important for us, comrades, we need to say what mechanisms are we establishing in order to facilitate the meaningful public participation in the provincial and the national levels, and through a number of bodies which have been created, like NETLEG and all the other processes, Gauteng Education and Training Forum, and so on. So how do we create then the mechanism so that we participate? Because the Constitution can say let's participate in order to influence the budget for the education or the social spending. But if we don't utilize, we don't have the proper mechanisms, that is meaningless. Comrades, this is our point. We believe that the fundamental policy goals of the equity and redress, they require the reprioritization of the budget towards social spending. You see, comrades, I've heard other people talking about tertiary education as luxury education. I've heard other people saying that. And I've said to those people, if you say tertiary education is luxury education, the students at that level should see to finish, you must concentrate on schooling. You are saying, let's perpetuate the imbalances of the past. Because a lot of areas where the black people, the majority of the people were denied, it means they are still going to remain an exclusive domain of those who are rich. That is our argument. And we are there saying, the equity and the redress is very important. But I think we're going to explain this later on, that we need to differentiate between equality and equity. Because what we are arguing is that, comrades, a student who has been disadvantaged for a number of years, and a student who has been advantaged for it, they cannot be treated equally. You need to put more resources, more money, more supplementary programs and so on for that student who was disadvantaged in order for that student to succeed. The failure rate which we're talking about at university and so on, that is the reflection of the legacy of government. And therefore, a question of the equity and redress should be central in the transformation of the education. And I think Comrade Mary has preempted me by saying, we accept that there's very little which has been done in terms of the equity and redress. Therefore, if there's nothing or there's very little which has been done on the equity and redress, we must accept, therefore, comrades, that we are still very far from transforming the education. Because that is the core. Let me remind the comrades, when we talk about the transformation of the education, that earlier this year, as SARTU, we felt that it was necessary to invoke the processes to address what we saw as the widening gap between the progressive education policy adopted by government and an inability to deliver redress and equity on the ground. And we called upon the national and the provincial departments of education to embark on a program of the governments that would promote the socio-economic interests of the working class communities by addressing the inequalities in the education system that were as a result of the apartheid. In particular, address the inequalities in the facilities and the resources of the historically black and the white institutions of learning, because there's a white gap there. Pretoria Technical is not like this. With all the facilities. We were saying also we must prevent overcrowding, which we believe has a detrimental effect on the education. When we're talking about the overcrowding, people were disputing some of our facts. And somebody came in a press and vindicated our positions.
You found one school in Gauteng that didn't have a road.
Let's talk about it. And then we said, we must prevent the additional costs of funding education being passed onto the schools or consequently to the parents, particularly the parents in the working class. Comrades, what we are arguing is that one of the issues which we are arguing, some of the concepts are very good, even in theory. We're talking about devolution of the education so that the people on the ground, they run their education. But if we're not careful, the people who are empowered will run their schools better than the people who are not empowered. And one of the dangers is that when we devolve these things to the schools on their own, schools in the nice suburban areas with highly educated people, or their level of education is higher than in the working class areas, in the townships and in the rural areas, they are going to run very well. They have the necessary administrative skills, they have everything, the legal skills and so on and so on. But our schools cannot be able to do that. They can be able to fundraise, they have those skills to do that. So we need to be careful and say, we are not empowering the already empowered. So what we're arguing is that we should not pass those costs to the parents. When we say we can fund so much, we cannot fund, the parents should see to finish. But comrades, we have also argued that we need to create a funding mechanism which is going to address the disparities between the previously disadvantaged and the advantaged schools. But the argument, comrades, which SARTU is putting, is an argument which says, as a result of these limitations, the physical constraints, at the level of early childhood development, very little money has been spent there. As a result, I don't think the projects are going as they were supposed to be going. You will find that those who had those projects are happy there, but those who did not have what the majority do not have them. We are saying in a country where illiteracy rates remain very high, there's very little going on in Oni Abet. Chair. I can see the time. Give me the last few minutes. But I want to quote this, comrades, and it's good that it's an acknowledgement from the government itself. Some of the reports of the government indicate that the policymakers are concerned of the progress in this front. They say, I quote them, the poor in South Africa receive about 40% of the education resources, but they make up of 53% of the population. The ultra-poor receive about 20% of the education resources, but they comprise about 29% of the population. In contrast, the richest household quantile receive almost twice its share, that is 23.4% of public resources, and they are only 12.5% of the population. And this is a report from the Financial and Fiscal Commission. It comes from that's a statutory body. So what we're trying to say, comrades, around the equity and the redress and the limitations of the resources, there's a serious problem. We're arguing, therefore, that something has to be done, and Comrade Mary has said, indeed, as much as we're spending, and economists would say, it's a huge amount compared to the GDP, but the reality is that it's not enough to address the imbalances of the past. And we are saying also, comrades, Comrade Mary will tell you, Curriculum 2005, such a huge project, it's not budgeted for. It's not in the budget. The provinces are forced to cut here and there, and we are saying, if it's not budgeted for, how can it be successful? So we're arguing that if it has to be successful, it has to be budgeted for. But comrades, because of the 10 minutes, I want to indicate that. One of our major concerns is the national coordination between the National Department of Education and the Provincial Department of Education. It appears as if there are certain national priorities which have been set at the national level. But because of the accountability structures, there will also be provincial priorities, and you find that there is no proper coordination. And one of the key areas, we should not just blame the politicians or the heads. I think we need to take the debate where it belongs. It's a problem of what is known as unfunded mandates, where we want a lot of the projects, but there are no funds for those projects. In the policies, they are there, but there are no funds. And comrades, what this indicates, a closing statement, is that the road of the transformation process is a very long road. In fact, comrades, very soon, maybe after 10 years, but for now, it's still a racial backlog. Maybe after 10 years, it's not going to be a racial issue. It's going to be a class issue. That you need to understand. You will have the black people who are seated comfortably and argue like the previous racial grouping which was comfortable. So after 10 years, it's going to be a class issue, or it has started to be a class issue. But I think it's also emphasizing that the struggle should continue. Therefore, your mass marches of SASCO and COSAS and SAT should continue because the struggle continues. Those mass struggles should be seen not as rocking the boat, but should be seen as empowering the ANC, which is our party. Because the education is contested. The ANC wants to implement a transformation program, but there are parties who are anti-transformation. Therefore, those marches should be seen to be strengthening our own ANC. However, we need to understand that the struggle has moved into another level. It's a very sophisticated level. Why? Yesterday, you were able to say, you're saying that against declare. Today, Madiba is a legitimate government. At times you say something, even if you feel that is correct, the public will be on your side. Once Madiba appears, you're finished. It's a legitimate president. So what I'm trying to say, the struggle has moved to another level. Even in our strategy, we have to be also sophisticated. Thank you, comrades.
Comrades, there's much to be done to attain our goal in the education transformation process. Comrades, can I have silence? Sure. Yeah, comrades, what is going to happen? Because we are really running behind schedule. I'm going to take 5 for the first half. Clarity-seeking questions first, please. Only 5. If they are not, then I'll continue as if comrades understood exactly what I'm saying. Clarity-seeking questions, if we have. Okay, thank you, comrade. I'll continue this time. Will be the first one next to one.
Yeah.
Next to one. Comrade, just a bit. Okay, come on.
I wanted to propose conference that we slow down on to discussion that we simultaneously take questions. Yeah, so sure.
Okay. On procedure. Comrade, yes.
I want to speak. Am I not?
Oh, you want to speak? Okay. I said comrade, and comrade, when something brief, you comment. And then from you. Comrades, I'm going to take new hands because some people have been talking every day. So I can't. Comrades, I'm not discriminating against you. Come. You come. No, just in front of Simon. Come, I'll come to you. I'll come to you, come. Comrade next to Saleh and comrade Pop. In that sequence. Comrade. And comrade Chili. Comrades, can I have order?
Yeah, comrade. I just want to talk about some of the into the hands of the governing bodies in various schools. They haven't alluded much around that. Perhaps also if they can try to respond, but in their response, let them also lay basis for us to debate this matter much more broadly. And the question of having the national ministry setting norms and standards, whereas they don't monitor such processes. You'll find Pengu and his crew somewhere up there setting norms and standards for a field which is not under his own competence. Another thing is the whole question of funding of school. That document which has been produced by the government is silent at all on matters that relates to the entrenchment of free education, 1. 2, the whole question of funding private schools. Perhaps also this conference will have to advance the debate, not only to reduce it into funding, to debate about whether private schools, do they have democratic structures within them? Do we have governing bodies which are elected in terms of the rules and regulations which have been laid down? Are there SRC and all these other things? Such that when we begin to motivate the question of funding of private schools, we don't only reduce it into finances from the government, but also we politically motivate why are we against the very same private school. It is also not clear on question which relates to the poorest of the poor. That was the debate which has been raised by the regulation which deals with the funding of school. It talks of the government to seek or to dig deeper for the poorest of the poor, but it's not clear in defining who's poorer than the other one. Perhaps the panelists can also try to reflect on that, and from there we can allow some. Thank you.
I just wanted to also advance an argument, perhaps commenting, I don't know. But I want to say, I want to say, firstly here, we must agree that we are managing a crisis in education, and our ground is not fair. And secondly is that on the issue of governance of schools, we said prior 94 election that the people must govern. And yet now we've created structures of governance in our schools. And I think structures like our unions, the ANC, in fact the Alliance and the MDM in general, should actually formulate part of these governing bodies in our schools. It's another way of capacitating them, in fact, because those comrades, in fact, they've got insight. They are politicized and what have you. And also this structure that has been debated is to be formulated, the Association of SGBs. We think I think it is a progressive move towards implementing and bringing, putting more practical these principles of democracy that are outlined in the South African schools and within our constitution. And also I think the Alliance and the MDM in general should actually lead the process of transformation if we want to manage this crisis. So far, the Alliance and the MDM in general has not provided a coordinated leadership, political leadership in education and in fact broadly in the transformation, the social transformation in South Africa. And I think here we need to debate on how do we coordinate our leadership and our efforts towards education transformation. Lastly, on the issue of textbooks and stationery, vis-a-vis the grade 10 and 12, 11 and 12 in our high schools. Many people may argue, perhaps to be correct in their minds, this one of education transformation that, and then vis-a-vis this transformation of higher further education and training, the technical colleges and what, and that it's not in fact compulsory from grade 10 and what. But the danger is where we are talking about high failure rate in standard 10, and yet you come and say we will not provide textbook and stationery for grade 10, 11, and 12. We will face a crisis. Perhaps we need to debate also that. Thank you.
As you requested us to be short, I will try much too hard to be short. Even though I'm vocally wounded, I cannot be comrade. Yeah, you see, comrade, my main concern is actually... Comrade, this is advocate of SASCO in Mpumalanga. I'm covered. I've covered that. Yeah, you see, comrade, I just want to actually raise a concern on what comrade Tulas has actually raised here. I'm having a problem, comrade, with regard to SADU. Because, comrades, truly speaking, one is actually not knowing the role of SADU in the transformation of education. Because comrades also always emphasize the fact of funding education. It's like they're only looking at the question of funding. It's like these comrades have been, initially called the salary-based organization. And comrade, I think you agree with me when I'm saying yeah, thanks, comrade. Yeah, comrade, I also think that you'll agree with me when I'm saying SADU members, some of SADU members in high schools, they are not in favor of this SRC that are in high schools. They are also not in favor of the existence of COSAS in high schools. And I don't understand your role in actually in the transformation of education. And also, comrade, and on this question of corporal punishment, some of SADU members, they are still actually pushing that line that there must be a corporal punishment. While as SASCO and COSAS, we are saying we are not in favor of that thing. And I would like comrades, SADU comrades, to actually clarify us on their role in transformation on education.
or these students, yeah, were part and parcel of the struggle and still are. I've heard comrades talking about gender, away with gender discrimination, things like those. I was just asking about the disabled, and I think that they should not be treated, from my point of view, they are at times treated as an island. So all I want to know is that, are they part and parcel of the transformation or what? That's all.
Or what? Thank you.
This way, I'm from Vets University. My question is going to pick up, for starters, the question that have been asked by the comrade lady who's next to me here. Firstly, let me start by giving applause to Comrade Lebogang. But I strongly feel that I need not only have to express my feelings and make Comrade Lebogang to feel great, but I strongly feel that as the comrade, I need to equip Comrade Lebogang. That COSAS is not only for those who are normal inverted commas. COSAS is also for those who are disabled. This has been witnessed by the 1995 march, which was staged to Philadelphia Secondary School. And this is also witnessed by the fact that even SASCO is not only, it is not only the part, the organization for only those who are normal inverted commas, once more, Chairperson. It is also for those who are treated as the marginalized. And I'm the good example of that. I'm the SASCO member today. So I just want to say, whenever you address the imbalances of life, you must also address issues of disability. And I'm coming back to Comrade Mermet Kalf. I just want to know from Comrade Mermet Kalf as to whether is there any discussion document on higher learning institutions, especially for the disabled people. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Koba. Comrade, I'll give you.
Thank you, Comrade Chairperson. First, I think I'll start with Comrade Lebogang.
What's the name?
I'm Temi Mos from North.
Can you continue?
Yeah, I just want to ask from the president of COSAS a question. I just want to understand, how you locate the state in as far as the transformation of education is concerned. I'm particularly referring to the state as it is currently characterized and led by the ANC. I'm asking this question informed by media statements that were saying, for instance, you are calling for the resignation of the minister. The second one, I would have wanted to engage more on higher education transformation. And I was expecting that Comrade Makuku would take advantage of this particular gathering by perhaps reflecting on some challenges that are currently facing the organization as it is interpreting and implementing Higher Education Act, not only at a national level, but at branch level. I think comrades would agree that the new concepts, for instance, of institutional forums have somehow confused some of our branches. And in various gatherings of the organization, I think the consensus as well that we need to move beyond Higher Education Act in terms of making sure that we advance transformation. And challenges, for instance, are to identify weaknesses that are within that act and how do we move forward. And secondly, is how do we make sure that we consolidate victories that are contained in
in that particular act in terms of implementation and safeguarding the process at a branch level. I think that Comrade Makuku must be given another opportunity to elaborate. I acknowledge that we don't have time, but I think at least we must be serious. Yeah, maybe I must pause for now.
Thank you, Koba.
To train for teaching and to train for commercial and technical education. What is happening currently, the teachers are retrenched. And we as the student educators, we are not benefiting from those types of bursaries. And I would like to pose my question to Mary Metcalf. What is our future as the student educators? Secondly, we are still studying the very same curriculum that we were opposing during the apartheid regime. What are the changes are made by the department so that we fit in this new dispensation? Thank you, comrade.
I would like to problematize the whole process. Firstly, I want to know what are the implications of creating an act or a bill for further education. Does that mean it gets removed from the whole tertiary education sectors? Are technical colleges and all institutions that fall under further education not incorporated in the higher education area? What are the implications for funding with regard to the competencies that are given to provinces as opposed to national? Secondly, with regard to the implementation strategy for higher education, there's been this issue of statutes. Mark Kuku has mentioned that there are no longer acts for particular institutions and particular universities. Right now, the process is quite advanced for universities to change their statutes with government. That seems to be done through the back door. The constituencies at these institutions are not informed or are not consulted, part and parcel of drawing up of those statutes, the statutes of which should shape the transformation vision of the institution and change the initial acts. So I also want to know, with regard to SASCO, what is the strategy, especially from Comrade Makubu, to make sure that students are involved in those processes of changing statutes. Comrade Lebohang has mentioned correctly something which I also used to do when I was in process, that parents must be involved in education. But I think that that statement tends to be interpreted to think that parents are reactionary, careless. They don't want to be involved in the education of their children. And that's how we draw this statement. But I think that we forget to contextualize the conditions that parents find themselves in. SCOSAL, for instance, realized the high illiteracy rate in this country, which enabled even those parents, even if they were willing, to involve themselves in the education of their children. SCOSAL got a plan or a program to offer its knowledge, its skills, train and lower down the illiteracy rate in this country. Because as it is now, I think that we don't seek to contextualize the conditions and the difficulties that parents find themselves in. But yet, we accuse that they are reactionary careless. Comrade Mayor, I would like to differ that the problem of national versus provincial competence, the difficulties and the tensions that exist in the movement are not just ambivalences. I think that we must go down and track the cause. If we go back to the negotiation process, it is clear that the ANC made certain concessions. The ANC did not come out purely through the constitution to say that we are creating a unitary state. There is some sort of integration between unitary state and federal state. And I think that that comes out very clear in certain clauses in the constitution, to the extent that the result is these tensions, which are about which competencies falls under who, because you give provinces certain competencies, certain mandate and certain responsibilities, and at the same time they contradict with national competencies and national responsibilities. That for me is not just ambivalent. It goes back to the concessions that we made in the negotiation table. And it's purely for me a constitutional challenge which we need to deal with. From the whole presentation, I didn't hear Congress talk of the challenges regarding the coordination of education within the MDM. Yes, we need policy review conferences, but I think we need to go beyond that. The NECC provided a platform for the MDM to continuously analyze and consult on policy processes, but today that doesn't exist. Some people say that it is because of the rationalization process in the ANC structures. But the clear consequence is that there is no platform and room anymore for MDM structures to consult and plan a policy on education transformation. And I think that needs to be brought up, that needs to be strategized on, because we cannot continue to only look at government as the only platform for which to consult. Lastly, the whole question of the process and strategy for transformation. I think that there is a confusion between equity and redress, because people utilize the word equity in order to indirectly bring about redress. I think there has to be a particular intention to redress the imbalances of the past, and that intention must not be confused with the fact that you need to have equity in education transformation. I think there has to be a budget that is based on the need to redress the imbalances of the past, and that budget must not be confused by how much it is important for us when we provide for the poor to provide for the rich. I think we must make that distinction. Comrade Thabo spoke of the solidarity test. I think for me that is the same attitude that must be given and made when we talk of redress. And it must not be confused by the need to bring about equity. How do we bring about equity in 1 year or 4 years, when for more than 300 years there has always been an unequal provision of resources? So I think that we need to make that distinction and be bold to say that we will put all our resources and prioritize redressing of the imbalances of the area.
So, some of the things that Terra is raising, and Chelsea is raising, they know. They know answers to those things. I'll take them out. I'll just try to consolidate everything, put everything together into one thing. The reason why, comrades, I didn't say anything about coordination is because it's a well-known factor. Comrade Terra knows I raised it in the Eastern Cape, I raised it in head office, I raised it wherever I had the opportunity. It's known with coordination. That problem is known, and we are attempting to resolve it. That's why I didn't raise a thing about it. Comrade, the Higher Education Act, its weaknesses and its strengths, and how we approach those, it's also something that we know. We have said, comrades, that one of the demands that we're making, even prior to the adoption of the Act, was with regard to broad transformation forum, something on which NEDCAF and ourselves differed, that they should be legislated for. Now what we've had are institutional forums that have been legislated for, but just as advisory bodies. And we have gone on to say we should be able to get into that, because when you look at the agenda of institutional forums, as pointed out, it's a transformatory agenda. Comrades, transformation can be reformist and it can be revolutionary. And when you say education transformation and what you reflect as superficial changes, it's not because you are not reflecting transformation. It's because it's one aspect of transformation that you are reflecting. And institutional forums have been given the role to look at issues of admission, demographics, race, gender, not class, race, gender. They've been given the responsibility to look at student funding. And all those aspects that are intended to transform institutions. But as I said, their role is advisory. And maybe that provides an opportunity as much as it provides a challenge to us as a student movement. To say that because these forums are advisory, assuming that they will be the ones that will be effective, whose inputs would have gone through a rigorous process of discussion and would come with progressive inputs, because to assume that they will always be progressive would also be wrong. To assume that BTFs have always been taking us forward is also wrong. Assuming that they will do that, then the attitude will be then, what do we do as an organization to make sure that institutional forums, their decisions become binding on councils and on seats? But the reason why one was not very vocal on institutional forums should have been made permanent structures and that decisions should have been final. It's because for all intents and purposes, the structure of an institutional forum in an institution is the same as the structure of a council in terms of the new Higher Education Act. Now, what's the use of duplicating those roles? If we are unable to be effective in council, there's no reason why we can be effective in an institutional forum. Because in the same council that there will be someone from management, there will be someone from management in an institutional forum. They provide opportunities. And in fact, our influence, the extent to which we influence the process of transformation in institutions is a reflection of our own strengths and weaknesses. In other words, why at TEFLO, with Male and Guardian can say that students are in charge? It's because the organization is strong. And why J.C. van der Walt at Rau can write the institutional statute by himself? It's because he knows that he can trample on SASCO. It's a reflection of how strong and how weak we are in institutions. And if we are unable to consolidate as ourselves, as an organization on the ground, whatever we say, it should ultimately become implemented as policy. Acknowledging that we are all committed to democracy. And democracy doesn't mean that only the voice of SASCO should be heard. Then we would have to go back and organize. Comrade, I know the question of further education and training is not necessarily mine and mine alone. But, and comrades will reflect on it. I think the implications are vast and different. We understand the pressure to pass an act on further education and training before the end of Parliament, before the 1999 elections. It's one of those that had been provided for in the Yellow Book, the ANC policy document on education. It is a mandate to our comrades in the education department, from national and into provincial departments, to ensure that the Federal Education and Training Act, amongst other education acts, is passed so that the process of education in the sector that is now known as technical colleges, mainly, I think the framework provides that from grades, this grade, 10, 11, 12. That's N1 to 3. It becomes even more complicated when you use the N's, because then N4 to 6 become higher education. It's something that's rather complicated, but comrades are trying to ensure that it's passed before the end of this parliamentary session. We've made the submission, that submission on that aspect. Our views are shared with SATU, with COSATU, and with SACS. That one, the process has undermined a lot that usually has to be taken into account. For example, on the day that the final submissions were to be received on further education and training, Minister Bingu issued for national comment the draft bill on further education and training. Now, convention tells us that it's first green paper, and then out of green paper, white paper, and then a draft bill, and then an act. Now, it's a problem because, by assumption, that draft bill hasn't taken into account comments of others who were supposed to comment on the 29th of May, because on the very same day, the bill came out. So those concerns were raised. In fact, we have sent to comment in the ANC that they should summon, for lack of a better word, the Minister of Education and MECs, comrades, into an NECF of sorts, National Education Coordinating Forum, something that has been failing. And we just dedicate the whole day to further education and training and a discussion around that. What we are seeking to avoid, comrades, is what happened with processes in higher education, where the white paper had to be written and rewritten and rewritten 3 times, because comrades had not been consulted with earlier documentation. That should suffice. In other words, comrades, we acknowledge the constraints, but we feel that we cannot just do a rash talk simply because if Parliament doesn't pass it now, we might not win the elections and we might not be able to pass an act on further education training at the later sitting of Parliament. Which the act that we pass will be an act that we can be sure about. I do not know. Okay, the strategy for statutes, comrades. I think it also goes with institutional forums and our attitude towards them, and how we participate in those forums. Assuming that depending on the balance of forces, we can utilize them in the same way that we utilize ATMs. The Act provides that the institutional statutes should be written by councils, but the process should start in institutional forums. Those institutional statutes, it's more of a chicken and egg situation, because institutional statutes will also provide how institutional forums are constituted, but those same institutional forums should develop institutional statutes. It's more of something like that. Now, comrades, and those statutes should have been submitted, should have been concluded upon by June 1999, which means institutions are under pressure to do that. Other institutions have already started those processes. My institution, the rector, has written it on our behalf. He knows what we need. He has written it on our behalf and we discuss his own views. But the fact of the matter remains, comrades, that the same approach that we have always had, our attitude in BTFs and our approach towards transformation in respective institutions, will still have to apply in respect to institutional forums and in respect to how we then develop institutional statutes. Where we have been failing and where we have to close the loophole is that there had not been coordination between what is happening in, say, Vista and what is happening in technical Northern County and what is happening in the University of the North as a reflection of our strengths and weaknesses, but also a shortcoming, a limitation of coordination on our side as an organization. I insist that the Higher Education Act provides an opportunity in that regard, because one of the main reasons why there's been that shortcoming in coordination, in uniformity, has been largely because the statutes governing institutions, the acts governing different institutions have been different. Now we are going to be, all institutions are being governed by the same type of statute, the same type of act. And it is according to that act that will then be able to use a uniform approach towards the whole process of institutional state.
Yeah, comrades, I'm aware that sometimes the noise is being caused by hunger. Comrades, allow me to give each and every comrade here 5 minutes to respond, so that at least by 2:30 we go for lunch. Because it's 10 past. I'm sorry, comrades, you have asked questions and they need responses. So please, bear with me. Comrade Lebuka, for that student. Comrade Jacob, is it an amendment?
Please suggestion before Comrade Lebuka.
Okay, go.
That maybe we must, I think that Comrade, on our policy issues as Comrade this week, I think there's a need to make a follow-up after this point. I think it's not about hunger. But I want to suggest that we take another round. Compared to 100, you don't create a crisis if you don't eat in the next 2 minutes. But I want to propose that we go back.
Comrade.
Maybe not on the entire one.
Okay. Comrade, I think clear, what the President has said. Comrade Comrades, can we be silent?
Yeah, Comrade, I want to start by answering the question which was posed by Comrade Siko on the schools giving powers to decide on the language policy and education policy. Our argument, as was SCOSAS that the national ministry must create a broad framework. And there's nothing wrong about giving schools powers to decide on language policy and admission policy. As long as that language policy and that admission policy is within the context of the broader framework which is created by the Ministry of Education. On the question of funding of schools, we also argue as scholars that funding should be biased toward the poor of the poorest. Thus, we argue that private schools must not get funding from the government or must not be subsidized by the government. Because we believe that those people who go in those schools are those people who have money, who can be able to pay for themselves. But apart from that, those schools also advance what you call class division within society. And as SCOSAS, we can't afford to have those schools being funded by the state. Because of the money which is used to fund those schools, it is the taxes of our parents, and therefore we cannot agree as SCOSAS. On the question of, I just want to comment on what Comrade Advocate mentioned earlier on about the role of SAD. The what you call teachers, SAD has been perceived as a salary organization. I want to say, according to my own view, situation varies from area to area, from school to school. But what is happening is that there is an element within SAD. There is an element within SAD which have that perception that SAD is about salaries and that student activists are their enemies. There is that element. And I think that's a challenge for SAD. Maybe SAD has a program on dealing with such problems. I just wanted to comment on that, to say it's not every SAD member that is having that attitude toward student activities. On what Comrade raised about the involvement of the disabled in the policy-making processes, is that unfortunately at the penitentiary sector, there is no an organized structure of disabled. However, as SCOSAS, we believe we also have a responsibility to represent them. Therefore, in our submissions, in our policies, we also consider them. But beyond that, SCOSAS, we have decided to broaden our base to reach disabled, to reach colors, to reach whites. And I think in the near future, we'll be having disabled, whites, and colors in SCOSAS. And those also speaking for themselves within SCOSAS will not be assuming that this is what they need, but if we have the latest. And I also want to agree with comrades with that SCOSAS is not only for normal people, must also cater for disabled. Thus, we have considered broadening our base to reach those students. On the question of Comrade Tembinko's, as SCOSAS, we believe that the state has a responsibility to provide education for what you call, or to educate young people of this country. However, that is not their sole responsibility. Our parents also have the responsibility to contribute toward our education system. On Comrade Chilisi, when he says, when the wedding quotas, they perceived parents as reactionaries, that is what he said. But now we quotas do not perceive parents as reactionaries and tenants. By saying that parents are not taking a leading role in our education, that doesn't mean they are reactionary. Well, the question of literacy, to some extent, is saving impact in the input that our parents are making in what we call in our education transformation. That's the process we are calling and we are supporting the establishment of the Association of Governing Bodies. Because we believe that such a structure, it will be a structure which will capacitate the parents so that they will be able to impact positively in our education. As of the program to go out and educate our parents in an endeavor of alleviating literacy, unfortunately, we not have such a program. But I think as soon as the Association of Governing Bodies, I think, will be launched this month, that is where it causes us to contribute about how many people or what kind of programs should be developed so as to capacitate our parents to contribute in the policy matters. Thanks.
Thank you. Comrade, let me go to Comrade Bell.
Thanks, comrades. I'll try to be quick. I agree with the criticism that the language and admission policy is too sensitive a matter to be left with governing bodies alone. And it's clear that it has to take place within a policy framework. How the national legislation reads is it says subject to any provincial law. And in the Gauteng Schools Act, we constrain the language policy very, very, very tightly with about a page of legislation which constrains how the language policy must operate. And in terms of admission policy, also gazetted regulations which govern admissions policy. So there's no room for governing bodies to move in terms of language policy and admission policy. I'm not sure how broadly that's gone across all of the other provinces. And by the way, that's one of the problems, is that there's no monitoring of development of legislation within provinces in terms of how they're taking forward the various regulations and legislation that is necessary. I agree also with Comrade Sipho that there needs to be monitoring of the implementation of norms and standards, and my understanding of an ANC reading of the Constitution is that that's the responsibility of the national government. If government accepts this, if the Constitution gives a level of government responsibility, then that responsibility must be coherent and it must be consistent. And if national government has a responsibility to set norms and standards, it also has a responsibility to monitor the implementation of norms and standards. It is a national government responsibility. I think that otherwise the Constitution wouldn't make sense. First question in terms of funding of schools. And where are we now with current policy developments in relation to free education? Is it clear from the norms and standards document for school funding that education will be free for the poor, but not free for the wealthy? And that this is a phase in terms of our progress towards achieving free education for all, which is determined by the material conditions under which we're operating. So people who have access to wealth will be required to make contributions towards the cost of the education at the level of schools. But for the poor at schools, education is free. In terms of funding private schools, the last public document of the norms and standards of school funding said for private schools that there would be a differential subsidy which would take into account the levels of wealth and poverty of those private schools, and that wealthy schools would be funded less than schools that serve the poor than are private schools. The latest draft, which is not a public document, I think, of the norms and standards of school funding is much more radical in that private schools will only be funded if they charge below a certain amount in terms of fees. And the only schools that will receive funding will be incredibly poor private schools. Most private schools, in terms of the latest document, will receive no funding at all. I actually think that we need a very serious political discussion about that, and I'm not sure that we're going to agree, because I think that it's going to be a very bad tactical move on the ANC to move into wiping out all of the private schools just prior to the election. You might think that's not a really principled position, but I think that in terms of politics, it's going to be major disruptions if that position goes ahead. And I know that the minister is thinking about it. Comments, I think one of the points that I wanted to make about democratization was the space that we create when we create our democratic institutions of governance. We need to make sure that the left and the progressive movement is mobilized to occupy those spaces. So we created spaces in terms of saying there will be democratically elected school governing bodies in all of our schools. But I'm not sure that we actually mobilized successfully enough, other than in some parts of the country, to ensure that we actually were electing the leadership of the democratic movement into those governing bodies. And I think that it's a very important lesson for every structure of governance that we establish, the Council of Higher Education, the councils of our institutions themselves. Once we've struggled for the creation of a democratic institution, a democratic structure, the struggle is not over, because we've got to make sure that we hold the balance of power within each of those institutions that we create. Tulas mentioned the Gauteng Education and Training Council, for example, and that's a representative structure of all sectors of education. Within Gauteng, it's a complete struggle all of the time for the left to maintain hegemony within that council. And I might just comment that not all the student organizations are necessarily attend meetings of those councils, because we're not occupying the space that we ourselves have created for democratic participation. I also want to agree with both comments that have been made by both Chilezi and the President, that the alliance needs to be providing coordinated leadership of education consistently throughout the year. We don't just need some policy forum once every so often. We need a national education coordinating forum. That decision has been taken several times. The last time we made this national education coordinating forum, I understand, was January 2019. It was the last time it was made. So where provincial education coordinating forums exist, they've got nowhere to report. And I know that that's been a source of frustration even in terms of political work with TASCO and provinces, because there might be a national piece of policy legislation, but there's nowhere for the ANC or the movement to take policy debates to a national forum. The question from Pinky and also from Zwele is there's a commission of inquiry into education for learners with special educational needs. That includes all types of disability. And the basic thrust of that commission of inquiry, which has been accepted as policy as part of the Green Paper, is that the approach of the democratic South African state to people who have various forms of disability is that they need to be included as functioning members of the society with a disability. So rather than separate them and treat them as islands, as far as possible they should be included within the mainstream of society as full members of society. Now, that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be separate educational institutions, and there will still be special schools. For some forms of disability, such as, for example, being deaf, requires separate education facilities, because in fact you're using a different language. You have a different language, sign language, if you are deaf. But as far as possible and where it's practicable, learners with special educational needs will be accommodated within the institutions. There hasn't yet, really, to my knowledge, been any discussion about creating a separate higher education institution for the disabled. And I think that part of the policy position of the movement around inclusion would argue for learners with various forms of disability to be accommodated within mainstream organizations rather than being isolated from the life of the normal life of society. The question of teachers' colleges, there's two questions that you've raised. One is the question of the curriculum, and the other is the question of the future of training teachers. The colleges of education are a national function. In the interim constitution, they were understood to be provincial functions, but it became very clear that the ANC position was that colleges would become national structures. The problem at the moment is that national hasn't yet taken over those institutions, but some of us have been pushing very hard for national to take over those institutions, and I think that's going to start happening from 1999. So from 1999, national should take over the higher education institutions, the teachers' colleges, and those teachers' colleges are the responsibility of the national government in terms of transformation of the curriculum. Provinces don't have a role at all. In terms of the future of educators, comments, we do still need teachers. We do still need teachers to be trained. It's not that all teachers that qualify from teachers' colleges will not be able to get posts. There's many teachers that have qualified in the last couple of years who are currently teaching in schools, and I meet them all of the time. The challenge for the national government is the question of proper planning around the provision of teachers so that we are training the right number of teachers. The teacher training will continue to exist as a need, and it needs to be carefully planned. One of the problems is that the government has direct control in terms of how many children and students are admitted to teachers' colleges, but at higher education levels, in terms of universities, it's a complete matter of choice, and there's very little government planning that goes into it, as well as creating possibilities for academic possibilities for students. And the further education bill is not a systems bill, it's actually an institutional bill. And what we were looking for was a systems bill, a bill that would create a new system of further education rather than just institutions. So I'm not going to engage in debates about the higher education process. I think that already it has indicated that that seems to happen. I'm not going to also, because of time, and I can sense the restlessness. This question of the Constitution and national and provincial competencies. I'm putting the agenda on discussion for proper debate. I don't think we can have the debate now, but I think that debate is necessary. Toletti is saying that it's not an ambivalent, it's a clear contradiction in terms of the ANC having made specific concessions. But we as the ANC have a responsibility to make our Constitution work. We have a responsibility to make sure that the power that is in the Constitution for national legislation to supersede provincial legislation, for national state norms and standards, creates a unitary state. And that power is there in the Constitution. And we need to not have any ambivalence about making it work. I'm very sure of that. The last thing is Toletti's argument around equity and redress. I think basically my understanding is that the only way that we can achieve equity is through redress. And that's my understanding. Thank you.
I want to start with some of the latest comments my colleague made and say, I agree with Comrade. Now we are talking about we need to campaign for 2/3 majority so that we change it. Change it on what? Because we have realized that there are certain areas where we have been compromised. That's why we're talking 2/3 majority, including this issue of the provincial power. But how we are going to do it, I think that's what we still need to do. Secondly is, this question of the students coming from the colleges, what is their future? We need to accept one thing, that the design of the previous system was such that there was an overproduction of teachers in certain fields, deliberately and neglecting certain areas. And we are saying our colleges and universities cannot continue today to produce the very same type of a teacher, whereas the needs now have changed. So we need also in our institutions to redirect teachers to say, we need to train them more in the areas where we feel that there's a great need. We are not saying social sciences or languages are not important, but I think there has been an overemphasis and an overproduction. Therefore, we need now also to be biased in our new training. Otherwise, if we continue according to the old mechanisms, we are going to produce teachers which are unemployable, not just who are unemployed, unemployable. I think you can see what is happening. You go to every school. You hear the parents saying, I don't want my children to do the subject which I did. I want them to be biased towards maths, commerce, and so on. I'm not saying education should just be about technical skills, but they do count when you talk about the economy and where people are going to be employed in the long run. So I therefore say the teacher training was not balanced the way it was planned. And I think Comrade Melly is correct to say some of them we still employ them, we need them, but the way they've been produced, there has been a problem. The other part which I also want to confirm, comrades, is the one which says, so comrades, we accept. In fact, that's why we are talking about equity and redress. Those to us, they go together. But we accept that we are not going to be able to reach equity overnight. We are arguing that we need to have what we call a transformation budgeting plan. And included in that, we must have an implementation plan, which is going to be over time. We must be able to say, in terms of our plan in education, over the next 5 years, this is going to be our focus. Maybe over the next 10 years, this is going to be our focus. That's why people have been talking about a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, and so on. So that we are able to say, to measure ourselves and say, after 5 years, we've been able to do X. After 10 years, we've been able to do that. We know that the resources are limited. Hence, we must talk about plans and say how, and develop implementation strategies. And Comrade Mary says, space is being created. And we have been arguing for that space. In some instances, space has been created, but we have not been able to utilize that space. That's not the mistake of the government. It is also our mistake. We have to do some self-reflection, whether we are occupying all the space which has been created for us. One example, I've raised it with the president yesterday, because I was requested to raise this matter, was that we know that it's an organization you're in control of it, SACSA. It's SACSA. SACSA has requested for space in one body, which is called an ADCOM, an Advisory Committee for Technical Colleges around the exams. They've requested for space there, and they say they are representing all the student bodies. We have argued as SACSA, we have said, no, we're not going to admit them. Firstly, we don't know them. If they are really representing SASCO or representing COSAS or whatever, we don't know them. And second, we have said the people we want is SASCO and those organizations, so that they come and put their own position. Comrade, education is ideological. That structure, SACSA, you might control it today. Tomorrow it might be controlled by the Africanists. The other day it might be controlled by the Africanists, and so on and so on. So we need to be very careful that because of these organizations which are coordinating, we sacrifice our organization. Because that organization which is coordinating is supposed to be neutral. But when you put positions there, because positions there are ideological, which position of which organization are going to put? So it depends at that particular time who is in control of it. And don't ever think, and history has shown us, that SASCO at times lose the SRCs. You lose the SRCs to other bodies. And therefore, once they are in control of that body, they are going to put their position. So in that structure, we want our own organizations. We don't want a structure which is going to say we are neutral. But comrades should not feel bad. Sometimes it is necessary. But when you are dealing with contestation, you must know who is on your side. And when you are formulating policy, we are dealing with contestation. Further, comrades, on the national norms and standards, I think comrades really has answered. The monitoring is for the national government to see to it that its policy is monitored. But it's for us as organizations, of the MDN, to raise with our MPs, our representatives in government and in the various levels of the government, that we feel that in terms of this implementation, things are not going accordingly. And we can only do that if we have this coordinating forum. And I think we've been talking about this witness. The question is now, what do we do? Who is the first to deal with this question? I mean, since we dissolved the NECC, we talked about this coordination forum that we made a mistake, but what are we doing about it? Your responsibility as SASCO, as COSAS, as SATU, and the ANC. And comrades, on the SGBs, if we are not serious about this association, you know, some of the already organized small white associations, they are already quickly going into our schools and appealing to the parents to join into this association. And the direction is going to change. Unless us again we move very quickly, then we are in danger. Already the little which we have done was to say the coordination at provincial levels, and that committee which has been set, SATU has committed to fund that coordination so that we don't lose the direction of that particular point. And one of the problems is the crisis around the funding. I think we're taking about half of the funding to say this is our contribution so that we have our own cadres running and setting up this structure at provincial level. In the Western Cape, I don't know who has set that particular structure. I don't believe that is us. The last part, comrades, is, which I want to raise. Comrade Pinky and Comrade Sweden, as part of our little contribution to the disabled, all SADC policy documents now are starting to print them in print because we've recognized that within our own organization we have the members. Therefore, we should not just demand from the government, what are we doing with it? So we're starting to recognize, but it's a bit by bit. Corporate advocates, we need not to fall into a trap. We need not to fall into a trap of using other people's language, which is very dangerous. SRC is being accused of being a financial excusing agency for students. Other people who are running away from that reality are saying SRC is out of court. Comrade, SRC won't have membership if it doesn't deal with the issues which are close to the heart and the mind of the students. And one of the painful issues now and the issues of the day is the issues of the finances. If you disregard that, you won't have membership. So I'm trying to say, therefore, on the basis of that, you cannot allow, and you agree, because the principles which are raised are exactly the same. What we are saying, whether we like it or not, any trade union, you mobilize your members around their conditions of service. If a union fails to do that, even in the private sector, the membership will abandon it. Simple and it's like that. That's why in some of the Marxist readings, people will claim that unions in their nature are reformists. The only way which you have to mobilize the thousands and the numbers is through using issues which are appealing to their hearts and their minds. And to the workers, it's always the issue of the salaries and their conditions. That's why it's always prime. But a union like ourselves is supposed to balance the two. But if you neglect the salaries and the conditions of service, it must close shop. Teachers won't follow it. So what I'm trying to say, therefore, we need therefore to be very careful not to put these labels. And what is important, we need to say, let's try and develop programs. Secondly, not all SASCO members agree the letter and even the spirit in terms of the principles and policies of the SASCO. Some of the members, they are just members of the SASCO for the sake of. So it's the same with the teachers. Some of them is just for the salary. But I think we must check between the individual and organizational positions. I think that is very important. Therefore, you need to be very careful to put the labels. So what we are trying to say is, look at the organizational positions and say, what programs are you putting to educate those? And the unorganized will remain being thousands. But what we are also starting to say, that's the positive side, try and put political education programs so that your members are able, in practice, to articulate your policies, be it around corporal punishment, be it whatever. But remember, you have to educate the people. And remember, these are the very same people who were educated in the philosophy which says, in order for a child to deliver, you must beat. And at the policy level, there's no problem. But if you can listen to the parents, you listen to the very same teachers, you can feel that there's a discord. And you can only be able to deal with that by coming up with an education program. And I think that's the positive side. Thank you.
No, comrades, you can't continue. You can't. You can't do that. You can't. Comrades, firstly, comrades, I think misinterpreted my remark on the proposal made by the president of SASCO. Comrades, it's just unfortunate. See, if you check the session 2, we'll be talking about higher education. So the issue of comrade president will be addressed at the time. So I think now you understand. Secondly, comrades, maybe I should apologize on behalf of SASCO, Comrade Godfrey, for having to postpone arrangements with more than an hour. But I hope that you accept that on our behalf. And comrades, as we are closing this session, comrades, it's 18 minutes to 3. And I must apologize. There's nothing that I did make. Comrades, it is important that we engage ourselves in these issues. Hence, a necessity for such workshops and seminars that will start to enrich others. So, comrades, listening is compulsory. Comrades, Simon, can you stop those comrades to move out? Because we will definitely move out. Comrades, already 3. So, comrades, we are expected to be back at 4. And lastly, comrades, let us be disciplined. Nobody will come and say you must come to the hall. 4 we're supposed to be starting here. So that's how we come to the end of the first session today.
Comrade from Landsnet will collect your delegation, and head of provinces are requested to collect your branches. This thing that branches will just live without education is problematic, comrades. We expect comrades to be fully in charge of their own delegates. And I want that comrade Manda, another comrade from comrade GS, will also assist to collect those comrades. We can't be eating at this time. It's notorious what we're doing. We're creating chaos in this political matters. It's counter-revolutionary what is happening. Comrade Saben.
Thanks for saying details of the content. So I think in the process that will be even clarified by NSC and obviously meeting cases when they go out in terms of implementing this. But I just wanted to check whether is there a possibility of some augmentation around this provincial bus parade? Because for instance, if I can count, and I want also to check that the view of the NSC, because we're able also, when we're responding to this bus parade as Eastern Cape, we're able to say what is our view around this and within which context we view the post garage without saying that it is not necessary. We agree in principle that they are necessary. But we're able also to put a context which must fit the conditions that are there, whilst also it's located within a broader program of the transition that is at a national level. And we think those proposals were presented and we said we would also love to get a feedback from the NEC in relation to what is its view in relation to that proposal. Precisely that was informed by the fact that we were able to indicate that within a period of a month or so, we were able to pull two provincial governments to a larger extent also through the observation of NEC members that were deployed. We were able to touch on a number of areas that might have been raised. We understand that maybe in other provinces that might not have thus far happened. And we're of the view that it might not be that relevant in terms of therefore being confined in terms of that. And therefore we might even augment around certain areas. I just wanted to check whether the NEC has been able to meet and therefore pronounced around that, so that we can be able when we go back, at least we know, and begin to therefore shape whatever that needs to be discussed within that particular context. But that's the clarity that I wanted to get from comments.
I think that to me, the national and provincial bus parades, the theme of such events should be the going back to basics. So that what we print in our tissue should really be reflected in such events. But I think also, Jefferson, we should be able to say that we must be able to engage with the objective realities that are characterizing the countries of now, higher education sector in particular. The whole question of the higher education. My suspicion is that most often than not, some branches do not actually understand some of the processes that are happening at the national level in terms of your legislative schedules and so forth and so forth, the expectation. For an example, by September 30th, 1988, all institutions of higher learning must actually submit their Amendments Act or draft plan. And I've got a strong suspicion that perhaps most of the branches may not have that information. So I'm saying that it becomes necessary that in such events we really have to engage with those issues and ensure that as an organization we are taking concrete decisions in terms of ensuring that those things are created. Secondly, Chairperson, I think that the involvement of COSAS should not only take place at the national level. I think also at the provincial level we must be able to involve our comrades of COSAS. Because I think that this is the organization that actually rules. And we should be able to ensure that those comrades who are still at COSAS are also getting this opportunity of engaging with this contribution. And thirdly, Chair, in terms of the National Governance Summit, an understanding was created that we should be able to demonstrate consistency and continuity in terms of the policy work of the organization. And if we understand the strategic perspective of transformation document, it deals with an aspect of policy. And it was understood in the governance summit that there should be a SASPO national training unit. So that you are going to have a number of comrades who are going to be trained thoroughly on specific subjects. So that now we are able to say that you are not actually reactionary as an organization in terms of dealing with particular vendors. but you know that you are going to actually deploy your cadres to particular provinces, to particular institutions to deal with those things. So that you have your SASCO experts on macroeconomic issues, SASCO experts on legislative issues, SASCO experts on national youth service. So that we really don't repeat some of this. And I still want to maintain that it is necessary, Chairperson, that the Political Education Department of the organization and it should be able to train this number of people on those subjects. And lastly, I think, Chair, we'll have to really develop an implementable program for the 1999 elections. We are saying also in our t-shirts, voter registration, ID, and so forth and so forth. But I think that we should emerge out of this postulate to say, what do we mean practically? To say we are going to take students to voter registration, to take IDs, and to ultimately vote for an African American. And I want to submit that when we emerge out of this postulate, we should be having a concrete program to say that as SASCO, we are going to deploy, or this province will be responsible for this particular campaign. This institution should be responsible for this particular campaign. So that what the President said yesterday, in terms of his political input, to say there is a culture of not wanting to develop discussion documents. So that when we go to provincial hospitals, when we go to Eastern Cape, we should be able to say that Eastern Cape Technical, in advance, you are given a task to develop a discussion document on abortion or on this particular subject. So that when you go to a hospital, you're not only expecting members of the NEC to really present discussions as NEC or as individuals, but you really involve branches, you really involve provinces in terms of our political discussion.
I think those things are part and parcel of what the NEC is supposed to do. And I don't think that this meeting must deal with that. I think those issues must be taken to the National Executive Committee to continuously make a political assessment of the organization. The point that I want to make is one of the objectives. Just before that, I want to reaffirm to Comrade Manda that the other problem is that we have not yet got the report in terms of what is supposed to be the program from now. But I am convinced, comrades, that concretely would emerge something out of this postulate. And I think that we should leave that discussion to comrades who are coming. I don't think that we must preempt whatever is going to be presented as a report. I think we must wait for those comrades to put the package together. But I think there's something concrete. The other point, comrades, is to say that the reason why we also worked so hard to get this notion of postulates endorsed by it is because, comrades, we also realized that as the NEC, we have not been able to make an intervention into the crisis that faces provinces in terms of resources. And in exception of training as we understand it with it, this postulate will also afford provinces to make an analysis, because most of the provinces have got a crisis that are unable to put up resources. Of course, not all of them. To put up resources and do exactly what comrades are raising as problems that will add to this organization. So this postulate will give provinces the opportunity to come together and also say, this is how we are going to implement a program in the next quarter and towards progress. So I think that even those comrades where there might have been postulates and so, national meetings and analysis of provinces and so on and so on, I think that it will still be important for us, comrades, to gear ourselves, to prepare ourselves as to how do we approach the second term. And I wanted to say that, comrades, maybe, I know it might be seen as repetition and boring to always bring your branches together, and you might even realize that you are actually discussing the same issues. But our expectation is that out of here, comrades, there is going to be a different program that will take us somewhere and will deal with what God was raising. And therefore, provinces must be able to strategically say, this is how we are going to move now. And this is my understanding. And lastly, comrades, I think that the other problem is we never really offered ITU the opportunity to conduct training. When we and ITU said we want to do training in Shaft 17, we smuggled that opportunity to deal with our own issues. And we said to ITU that we'll set up another process. So now when we're supposed to do that here, Unfortunately, there's not really been, because this was organized differently with the ANC Education Department. We did not incorporate e-to training into this. It's pure political way. So there's still a need for us to really give e to that opportunity. So I think that's basically some of the information that we want to give to Comrade. But really this is about provinces being able to adopt their own programs and deal with their own organizational matters.
Because I think that it was very much surprised in terms of listening, so I wanted to respond to it specifically. I never raised the issue of the elections, SRC elections. I talked about what it is in terms of the history of the student movement, transitional period, and the role of the student movement in general. And in relation to what I was raising in terms of whether we take or not, I thought that the organization is just a question of civility. I don't think it was a question of civility. What I used was in relation to what community was saying, but it's not, I think I'll address it with the way outside. Comments, what comments Matiba raised around numbers of people who are supposed to raise. I thought that provincial executive had communicated with the branches. But we are going to have a number of 40 people. Which would mean that we have 10 students. Comments will see how they take from branches. But the other problem which we realize is that you will say 40 across provinces. The problem is that it might be possible in Northwest or Western Cape. But in the Eastern Cape or Northern Province or county where you have many branches, it becomes a problem in terms of representing their branches. So we'll see how we grab the people. Maybe provinces must also tell us in relation to, they must also give head office information in relation to what is happening. So that if it's possible, we can be able to increase the number. But then what we have agreed with it about in relation to the numbers which is supposed to attend to that provincial which is 40. The other issue which was raised by the President around incorporating some of the issues, I think I discussed with him extensively. Around what Eastern Cape was raising. I think it was the issue of the national leadership and training workshop, which must be incorporated within the program. I don't think that we will not allow that to just speak for provinces. They want to ensure that perhaps they suggest something together. I think we'll be flexible. We will not say that whether or not this is our issues which are supposed to be discussed. So I think comments, that particular issue was raised by comments is catered for. I think I'm tempted not to respond to what comments raised. Because I think what he raised, some of the issues he raised, maybe comments since was supposed to report raised, and to report in relation to what commissions were discussing. Because part of what he was discussing is part, actually, I think it was discussed in section 3. So I don't see something want to respond to that. But before I sit down, I want to appeal as the SGO country. I want to appeal to provinces comment. Maybe I don't have to be having this that out of all processes which went through, provinces are not responding. We had wanted to pay more money for institutions which are supposed to be used. None of, except as I said earlier on, I think I know that we came to go to 14. But in other provinces, comrades, I do not get indication of what is supposed to happen. And I want to appeal to provinces before I sit down, community. This appeal must go through. Comrades must listen to this particular appeal. I'm appealing to provinces. I'm appealing to chairpersons and secretaries specifically that before they leave to today. Before they leave today, they must come and meet, and they must come and meet so that we can finalize about logistics in general, the numbers, the venue, and everything. Because we don't want a situation where a week or 2 days or 3 days before this particular thing happens, Comrades will phone us and say that we have changed. But I'm saying that those dates which are it's just unfortunate that we met and we agreed. I had communicated with promises and they never indicated any problems in relation to dates which I gave. But I think that E2 has availed itself for those dates which are there, which I gave to Congress. Because they will be focusing more on SRC. Yeah, I think Congress those are some.
Yeah, thanks. I think comrades, because I don't think that necessarily the issues that have been raised are not going to be addressed. You will see in some of the inputs that some of the issues that are raised, they overlap with the issue that is supposed to be discussed through the especially what Mabuza was raising, so that I want to democratically suppress the head. That maybe your input will be more relevant in terms of what then becomes the program of this workshop. And I just don't want to waste some comrades. I think the comrades are finished. Maybe it is their task. Is that urgent challenge is burning? Because I wanted to give the comrade that comrade will make input after he has presented the program of the edge. Mchana, is that speak, Mchana?
Organized, which are intact. But those branches can remain frustrated if they do not have a leadership that guides their programs. We think that it is important for the NEC to coordinate all provinces, to improve on the communication lines between the national office and the provinces and branches, because that has also contributed to the strength of the organization. We have been discussing this in our meeting that we had last night and the night before. The need to improve communication lines between the national office and provinces. We think it is important, comrades, to observe the constitutional right by provinces to start organizing to go into provincial congresses, because that is where they will be able to seek the mandates that should enable them to implement a program of action. Comrades, I do not wish to go into detail, but I think on the overall what we're saying is that the organization exists, the organization is intact, the organization has certain weaknesses, we need to act on those weaknesses. In order to look at the program, we've isolated 3 broad areas which we think should complement the overall program of the organization. That is higher education transformation, SRC elections, and the 1999 elections. Those are the areas from the different commissions that we have had, which we feel should constitute some of the focal areas for the program for the next semester. With regard to higher education transformation, it is important to comment that this remains one of the center areas for the existence of SASCO. We exist because we advocate for the transformation of higher education. And we feel that there has been major progress and major strides in the transformation of several institutions and the higher education governance in general. But there are areas which are still lacking. We feel that with regard to governance, there has been a number of frustrations in terms of participation of students and other stakeholders in governance of institutions, which should ultimately ensure the transformation of that institutions. Partly that has been because of the structures that exist
which are supposed to implement or which are supposed to advocate that governance. Comrades, we have observed a limitation with regards to the Higher Education Act legislation on the powers between councils and institutional forums. It has become vague why there must be more powers granted to councils, whereas the very same structures that sit in councils sit in institutional forums. And this has only reduced institutional forums into advisory committees, weakened them, and has maintained the powers with the management and council in general. We resolved, comrades, to campaign for more powers to be granted to institutional forums. But comrades, it is going to be useless for us to sit back and say that institutional forums do not have powers and therefore we cannot struggle. This campaign is not supposed to substitute or replace the commitment and struggle with regard to education transformation in tertiary institutions. But we feel that, having noted that yes, the Higher Education Act has been enacted, we can still campaign for more powers to be granted to institutional forums, because that will form the base for us to weaken the very strong, sometimes undemocratic councils. Comrades, we have observed that the further education and training process has not been to our expectations. As reported, the process has been rushed. The process has not enabled for massive participation by stakeholders. The green paper discussion and submissions were not incorporated into the subsequent bill, which is supposed to be tabled in Parliament. We feel that there is need for more debates to take place and more time to be offered in the further education and training process. We feel that as SASCO, we must advocate for the need by the ministry to extend the time for submissions, because as it is now, the process does not allow for us to comment into even the contents of that bill or green paper. This will have to be done, obviously, comrades, through programs that strengthen our own mass force. We feel we must join hands with SACSA in its program of action to make sure that the ultimate result of the further education and training bill is a result that has incorporated a major consultative process, just like the process of the Higher Education Act. SACSA has outlined a mass action program as a result of the frustrations of the process. We feel that we need to enter into discussions with SACSA, discussions that should lead into a clear, pronounced program by SASCO on the intervention of further education and training. We think that it is important for the Department of Education and Transformation in the National Office to investigate the extent to which the rush by the government to enact the bill on further education is complemented with the need to democratize the institutions that fall under this sector. Because much as we say that the process must be prolonged and allow for consultation, it is also important to note that technical colleges remain one of the most untransformed institutions in tertiary education. They remain with one of the most undemocratic councils. Some of them don't even have those councils, are run by managements which are still white, Afrikaner, male-dominated. And we need to change that. But comrades, our struggles are not struggles of legislation. Much as we can focus our attention on the legislative process, it is also important for SASCO to adopt a program that begins to focus on the transformation of technical colleges in particular. And that program does not necessarily depend on the legislation. But we feel that what has been happening in the Johannesburg Technical College, what has been happening in Roodepoort Technical College, the mass struggle by students to ensure that there is transformation and change in those institutions, to bring about democratic SRC, democratic councils, Those are the pressures that will actually even impact on the legislative process. Comrades, one of our main areas which we need to put serious attention on is with regard to financial and academic exclusions. As a matter of tactic, and to some extent even responsibility, SRCs in different campuses have entered into agreements with managements which sought to register students in the beginning of the year, whom otherwise would not be registered because they owed the institutions huge sums of money. Some of those agreements are going to backfire in the coming semester because they've got limitations, they've got restrictions. Some of the students are expected to have paid either 50%, 80%, or all the amount of money that they need, that they owed to institutions before they can be registered again for the coming semester. And we are saying that, comrades, there are signals in different institutions that students are going to be massively deregistered because of those pacts, or because of even further policies that the management have put in place to resolve their financial situation. We are saying, comrades, we need to focus on the intensification of the Right to Learn campaign, because we have said it over and over again that the Right to Learn campaign is not a campaign for the beginning of the year. It's a campaign that seeks to ensure that students have got maximum access to institutions throughout the year, and hence the campaign must take place throughout the year. We call upon the National Executive Committee, PCs and branches to intensify the Right to Learn campaign in such a way that they protect the registration and the access of students into these institutions. Obviously, comrades, there are different methods in which to do that. In particular institutions, it will be important for us to yet again see ourselves interact in certain confrontations with management that are adamant on policies that are going to deregister students. So it will be important, out of analysis and observation, out of strategizing, to resolve on mass action that ultimately seeks to protect the access of students. But we are saying that, comrades, what we need to do is to utilize the coming provincial strategizing lekhutas or gospelers to assess situations in different institutions and to come up with a strategy that seeks to make sure that no student is excluded on the basis of financial exclusion. Comrades, there are institutions in the white, liberal, and especially Afrikaner sector who have sought time immemorial to exclude students on the basis of their academic performance. They have claimed to register a lot of students in the beginning of the year, but down the middle of the year, those students are removed out of the system because they have not performed well. Comrades, we are saying that, as we have pronounced before, this revolving door syndrome by these institutions, which are more liberal and Afrikaner in their character, cannot be allowed to happen in the next semester, because we feel that students should be given the maximum opportunity to prove themselves throughout the year, and they should be given the maximum support in order to perform better, because obviously of their historical background and historical origin. So we're saying, comrades, it will also be important to focus on these particular institutions, whom it is known historically that by this time of the year, they massively exclude students for their own intentions, for their own programs that seek to weaken our transformation agenda. And we're saying, comrades, if it needs be, we will need to adopt a mass action program that is directed towards Afrikaner institutions who are going to massively exclude students for academic reasons. to the implementation of the Higher Education Act, we have noted that the one immediate issue that we need to put into our attention is the fact that the Ministry of Education has urged all institutions to pay compliance to the provisions of the Act. And one of the issues that this institution has been requested to respond on urgently is to draft new statutes that are in line with the democratic system of higher education as contained in the Higher Education Act. What we have noted is that in most institutions, these statutes are drafted by either rectors alone or a team of management without any consultation with students, workers, and other constituencies in the institutions. We are saying it is important, comrades, for us to advocate and go out there and campaign for the mass participation of all constituencies in the changing of statutes. Because, comrades, these are the statutes that shape the future of institutions. These are statutes that are going to reverse the Apartheid Universities Act, Apartheid Technicals Act. And we feel that if we were to change, if we were to deepen our transformation of these institutions, we need to participate in those processes of the statutes. At a national level, the National Executive Committee should make a pronouncement to the Ministry of Education that when these statutes are submitted by institutions, they must also submit a report. They must also account on the process that led to the final drafts of the statutes. They must account who was involved in the process towards drafting those those statutes. But, comrades, at the end of the day, it is only at a local level that we can make the greatest impact. So we are urging branches to go and investigate at what stage is the drafting of statutes in their own institutions, and to demand a participation. Comrades, we are not going to dictate what should be the content of those statutes. But one thing that has come out clear in this political seminar, and also in the Commission on Education Transformation, is the need to advocate gender equality and advocate them within the statutes, so that they change the perception, the sexist perception, and also the demographics of our institutions. It will also be important to advocate for the provision of resources for disabled persons, disabled students, because this has been an area that has been neglected in the past. So as comrades contribute into the content and the provisions of these statutes, we feel that it is important to isolate at least those two areas. Comrades, I think I've already made an input on the whole question of power relations between councils and institutional forums. The gist of the matter, comrades, is that institutional forums are our own origin. We advocated for broad transformation forums, and the Ministry of Education has legislated them as institutional forums. But it is important not to remain at that, not only to plead victory, but it's also important to problematize the operations of those institutional forums, as I have done before. That is the area that relates, those are the important areas of focus that relates to education transformation. With regard to SRC elections, the general observation is that in the past term of the SRCs, SASCO has been able to win a number of SRCs. It is important to win hegemony over these SRCs because we utilize these SRCs as instruments for our own transformation policies and transformation agenda. Now, if we do not have hegemony in these institutions, we face all sorts of frustrations because other people who have stood as independent candidates or who have stood under other organizations who do not agree with our policies are going to frustrate us. We feel that it is important, comrades, to have an overwhelming victory in the coming SRC elections. And after that victory, we feel that it is important for us to demand and enforce the implementation of SASCO's programs. SASCO prepares a lot of manifestos which announce on certain promises of what students are going to gain out of voting SASCO. But one major problem has been that you have been faced with a lot of ill-disciplined SASCO candidates who have not followed those mandates. As a result, this puts the name of the organization into disrepute. This also makes it impossible for the organization to deepen its transformation program. So, comrades, we are saying the main message is for all of us to commit ourselves for the overall overwhelming majority in the SRC elections. We need to improve on our national manifesto for the SRCs. And the Department of Political Education needs to put up a process during that improvement, which should include submissions from provinces and branches, because that national manifesto must ultimately reflect on the local conditions. It must reflect on the areas of need in the different local conditions. So we think that by the end of July, beginning of August, the National Office must release the National Manifesto, and that manifesto must be a culmination of a process of submissions from different provinces on its content. It has also been resolved, comrades, that we must campaign for the amendment of the Constitution, of the SRC Constitution. Obviously, the Constitution differs from the institution to institution. But because of the problem that we have had with comrades who do not take mandate, comrades who are not disciplined, who do not follow on the mandate given to them by the organization, or comrades who have stood as independents, who do not account to anyone, who do not care about accountability and taking mandates. We are resolving, comrades, to campaign for the amendment of the Constitution to the extent that only organizations should compete for SRC elections and not independents. And that should allow those organizations, if need arises, to recall those candidates whom they put forward. Because, comrades, at the end of the day, we cannot preach democracy and not practice it. It is felt that through that kind of amendment, we will ensure further accountability and mandate seeking. We will be able to have our comrades account to us what it is that they are doing, and if we feel that they have sabotaged or they have not fulfilled their mandates, we have got an opportunity to recall them. As it stands now, those constitutions do not make it possible to do so. Comrades, the other important factor is the issue of deployment. Who deploys who? Many people stand for elections on SASCO tickets, but you don't know where they come from. You have never seen them throughout the year. They've never participated in the structures actively. So, comrades, we are saying that the Office of the Political Education should immediately release a policy on deployment and cadre development, which will look at certain areas that reflect a SASCO candidate and what it means to deploy people into SRCs, which looks at issues of accountability, which looks at issues of implementing SASCO programs in SRCs. But, comrades, we also feel what is important immediately is for deployment committees to be set up at a local level. Committees that are going to already identify different able candidates for SRCs, and we start campaigning as soon as possible, because, in fact, in many other institutions, elections are taking place as soon as August. So we are saying that those election structures in the organization should be set up immediately after this seminar, which means that at the national level we will need to set up an election team, which should also be set up in provinces and institutions, branches. Comrades, the 1999 elections. The approach, comrades, is to say that we have worked and contributed to bring about a democratic state or a democratically elected government. We have been part and parcel of the mass democratic movements that have ensured that we dismantle the apartheid state. Over the years that this democratically elected government has been in place, there have been significant notable delivery in a number of areas. To mention a few, in the healthcare, in housing, welfare, education, electrification, water provision, and land distribution.
Sorry for this interruption. Comrade, all comrades who are still in Moscow. Comrades, I wonder if you are dreaming about this.
So, comrades, our attitude is that we remain part and parcel of the national democratic revolution, and we don't only participate from an external center. We need to be part and parcel of deepening democracy. We need to be part and parcel of advancing the gains that have come across since the election of a democratic government. There are obviously certain weaknesses on delivery, certain areas in which this government has not delivered. But comrades, our approach is that it is not going to be a national party government that will do that, or an INP government. It is going to be, we need to maintain our trust in the government that we have put in place. We need to advocate for the overwhelming majority of an ANC. Through that majority, not just to be able to amend the Constitution, but to deepen the democratization of the society and of the state. Through that majority, to enable the ANC government overwhelming support between the executive, the legislative, and to some extent the judicial. Overwhelming support in order to implement the program for the transformation of society. And therefore we need to identify our role in this process. As an overall, comrades, when we advocate for education transformation, we are playing a role of contributing to the transformation of society. Because transformation of society cannot take place without transformation of the education sector. I think that comrades will agree with me that education forms one of the most basic needs in any country or in any society. And its contribution or its image in any society is important for the vision of that society. So at an overall political level, we remain contributing into the project for society transformation. But with regard to the SRC, to the 1999 election, a concrete contribution by SASCO has been outlined. We need to resolve, comrades, that it is important for us to go out there and conscientize people about the need to practice their own democracy. The democracy that allows them to have voting status. We need to go and advocate for and conscientize for people to utilize that democracy. Because people out there have got a number of perceptions about this government. But I think that we need to be political agents which need to not change those perceptions, but make people aware that the only way of better resolving on those problems and concerns that they have is to exercise their right to vote. And in order to do that at a concrete level, comrades, we need to resolve to establish SASCO election brigades, whose object will be to make sure that the 1999 elections take place fairly and freely. We need to make sure that there is a respectable voter turnout, because you can't claim to be a democratic state if only a few, only a portion of your society votes for you in government. So we need to go and advocate for people to turn out for the 1999 elections. And this the main objective of this brigade will be to realize the 1999 elections. In doing that, comrades, we need to advocate for the reaffirmation of the Reconstruction and Development Program as the framework for social transformation, as opposed to the growth, employment, and redistribution. So we need to go out there and reaffirm that RDP remains the framework for social transformation. That, I think, should form part and parcel of our attitude and overall campaign for the 1999 election. Comrades, it is important also to emphasize and resolve that SASCO needs to participate effectively in the ANC structures and ANC election teams, just like we've started to do at the national level, where we form part of the training and communication election teams of the ANC. At a local, provincial, and national level, we need to find ourselves participating effectively in these structures in order to influence the election manifesto. If we say that our position is that the RPP remains a framework for social transformation, we need to advocate that. And we need to influence that in the national manifesto of elections. And this should also include the list processes. We're not saying SASCO should have candidates that must stand for parliament or other legislatures, but we're saying that we must influence those processes, because we also have an interest in the outcome of the elections. The Progressive Youth Alliance should also be utilized to influence the list processes. We need to strategize as the Progressive Youth Alliance on what our interests are for the outcome of the 1999 elections, with regard especially to the ANC. The main activities of the election brigades comrades will be ID drive or ID campaign and voter registration, as well as voter education. ID drive and ID campaign means that the election brigade needs to ensure that the people need to have valid IDs in order to vote. We'll need to go there and conscientize people to prepare in advance to have valid IDs in order to vote. They also need to register to vote.
Conceptualization of this. But we look at society in terms of both, in the South African situation, obviously, within the class context, within the racial context of the past. But increasingly, what we are seeing, and this is again practically, is we're seeing division along class lines. We're seeing division both domestically as well as internationally. The basis for the NDR, comrades, if you go back to Morogoro in 1969, go to the Freedom Charter, read the programmatic documents of the movement itself. What was the programmatic basis for the NDR? The leading role of the working class. That was the programmatic basis of the alliance from the very beginning. Comrades seem to have forgotten it. Seem to already have forgotten it. And we can pull out the documents directly in terms of those kinds of things. Whether or not they inform our practice or not is the question, and that's exactly why we have differences now. Those differences are healthy, because the SACP represents, or at least claims to represent, a specific class force in society, which is the working class and the poor. We do not claim to represent the new black bourgeoisie. We do not claim to represent the new emerging classes of other forces. We do not claim that. We understand that they're there in a whole national developmental effort. Those class forces must be included. You cannot just dismiss and say they do not exist. But the question that we must ask is, does a gear, do the policies empower the fundamentally important majority in this country, which is working class and poor people? That's the fundamental issue. Is it empowering of those so that they can help themselves? So that they, when you create jobs, those comrades can create jobs, and that can create jobs, and so forth and so on. How is that going to be done? When you have a fiscal deficit, it says you must go to this percentage of your GDP. Is that going to assist? Is it going to meet those kinds of targets? Those are the questions we're raising. Because if we don't debate those questions, and if we accept, and this is about the balance of forces, comrades, if we accept as given that those things are the reality, that there is no alternative to accepting these kinds of agendas, then we have lost the battle before we even begin to fight it. Because we demoralize ourselves and we disempower ourselves. And that is one of the things that the party has noticed in many cases, including within our own structures, is that comrades have begun to feel as though it doesn't matter how good their arguments are, it doesn't matter how hard they go in toy-toy, it doesn't matter how hard they go and work in the community structure. At the end of the day, the fundamentals of the economy in this are going to undermine those kinds of efforts. And in order to change that balance of forces, that's the real issue in front of us. Finally, comrades, and there's many, many specifics that we could talk about with regards to all of these things. But finally this, let me just take up a comment that Comrade Nguako just mentioned, because I think it shows up some of the contradictions that we face. And I think maybe he can respond to this or we can engage with it. And this is this. That the state, Comrade Nguako said that the state, we got into a situation after 1994, we relied on the state, and it's this almost state-centric approach where you think, and so it's comrades are sitting still, paralyzed, and expecting things to be delivered at the same time. But at the same time, Comrade Nguako, you said, we must take orders. We must take orders from the state in order to, because we understand how things work. And that could be actually quite true. The question that we're faced with is, what is the role between the state and the masses? If we're going to have an empowered state, if we're going to have an empowered masses on the other hand, if we're going to change both of those, surely the relationship has got to be dialectic. Two ways. Two ways. It can't be giving orders merely. In other words, the people have got to give the state orders as well. It's both ways, because that's a democracy. If we're going to build a democratic developmental state, that's a democracy. It works both ways. Leaders have a right to give orders. That's what they're elected to do. Absolutely. But the people must constantly be vigilant in terms of that transformational agenda. And all the SACP was saying in terms of the RDP and in terms of gear is let us look at those kinds of things. Are we putting in place the right mechanisms? Are we moving forward in that direction? If we are, good. Let's move forward and let's enhance that. If we aren't, let's try something else. Let's debate it. Let's come out with the program. And it's not going to do the alliance, nor is it going to do the country any good for each, whether it's this organization or that, to be throwing stones at each other. And I think the message that came out of our 10th Congress was that the party's certainly not throwing stones. We're trying to engage critically in this as an important part of the alliance, but also as an important part as a political formation in the country. And those kinds of issues I think we need to debate. What we need above all, finally, is in terms of transformation, in terms of changing the balance of forces, is a political vision and a political will to act. A political vision and a political will to act. That's also within the masses, but also within the state and the leadership. When we see a barrier, when we see an obstruction, we must not look at it and say, well, my goodness, capital is so powerful, they're going to just mess us up if we do this kind of thing. We've got to find a way. That's about strategy and tactics. If you're facing an army that's more powerful than you, and you've got less people, you don't want to take it head on. Otherwise, you're going to get defeated. Correct. What do? You try to find other ways. Maybe you adopt guerrilla tactics. Maybe you do something. You go around and you do an ambush. Whatever it is, you adopt those kinds of tactics. What we're saying is that engaging in that tactical terrain and debating those tactics within a strategic framework is what our challenge is. Thank you.
I'll take the ratio 5 questions. But before then, I think I'll give the chance to the
speakers today as a total of 2 issues.
Comrades, as you have heard, there is not a lot of time. I think that what you'll realize is that there is no difference from the debate that was already started in the morning with Comrade Pando. We have identified that throughout the presentation, the whole question again on the role of the state has come in, on the intervention role of the state. And I think that Congress have asked genuinely on what kind of intervention for who. We have also heard some analysis on the character of the South African state. And would like Congress to take that on. The role of the mass movement and also the understanding of what balance of forces is and what the current state of the balance of forces in South Africa is at the moment. So what we are appealing to Congress is that they don't necessarily have to ask questions for the sake of that, because there have been questions related to the very same topic that have been asked in the morning. But we would rather want to enter into some sort of engagement. If comrades can raise comments, can respond to the presentation, obviously comrades will be noting those areas for which they need to respond. But instead of throwing a lot of questions which will take a lot of time, we would rather advise comrades to engage and give their views. Because after all, this is a political seminar of SASCO, and we want to hear a lot of views from the students. So that's how we'll proceed. We'll ask the first 5 speakers to stand up and do so.
Comrade, first one. And comrade with the paper, the second, third, fourth, and fifth one. I'll come back to you, comrade. Give you a chance. Comrades, can you start?
Comrades, and I think it's relevant here, and it was relevant for the discussion that was provoked by Paulo Jordan. The notion of people's forums and what value we attach to that. That this what I think comrades might want to engage. Well, in 1996, we at our National Congress, we raised the question about gear, particularly with regard to process. Deputy President Mbeki said that was he expected to call a rally in which people would comment on macroeconomic policy. Some people, that rally would need to clarify to some people what even the notion of macroeconomic policy, that very thing. Some of us are toddlers in that regard. And I think by implication what he meant was that toddlers in this regard would not be of any use to the development of a macroeconomic strategy. Now, comrades, we are going to elections. And I'm impressed as the day unfolds. I'm impressed on the number of comrades we are able to secure from the Tripartite Alliance and the ANC in particular, were able to come address us. And the general theme, the thematic concern was raised for me, that the MDM becomes of relevance when we start talking elections. And I think people's forums are going to be relevant when we start talking elections. One shortcoming, I think, in the point I'm driving to is in agreement to, I think the case is made by both governments, that the state has to tamper with activities, the government has to tamper with activities in state in order to ensure that the balance of forces is in favor of particularly the working class. Since we put comrades in government, we have seen a lot of developments. One is the extent to which comrades have become really harsh. They are very aware of criticism. That's one observation that we can make. Whenever you criticize and you do it by doing and the like, they clamp down on you. The very comrades who know that a national liberation movement is intended only to kickstart the process of transformation of state. They cannot do it in government. They need the stamping of feet of the masses to ensure that transformation ultimately happens. Where they've been able to review policy, comrades, and now we'll be going back to people's forums. And people's forums will be intended to come with an election manifesto. That election manifesto, say for the words, the different words that might be used, may well be the same as the election manifesto we had in 1994. And that for me, comrades, is not really helping in ensuring that the balance of forces is tilted in the favor of the working class and of the entire the majority of the population.
And the whole question of forces which are opposed to change. But my worry about him is that his analogy of the question of counter-revolutionary backlash was an external factor. And what I wanted to say to this conference was that I think that Comrade Mwako will also agree with me that there is a counter-revolutionary backlash of forces of reaction, or forces who are opposed to change, even within the liberation movement itself. And I think that they're gaining momentum these days. And the problem here is that when you talk about counter-revolutionary backlash within the movement, you focus more on within the alliance and forget about those forces within the ANC. For instance, on the education terrain, I think that thing is also very strong. The fact that you have struggled for 10 years or 6 years of existence to achieve a particular objective, but just when you're achieving that objective, for instance, around the question of council, the composition and characterization of council on higher education, a structure which we so much fought for, suddenly when that structure is supposed to be composed, it is being led by right-wing people who do not have a history of struggle, people whom we know that, in fact, some of them we don't know, African male professors whom we don't know where their mandate comes from. So what I'm urging is that it's very clear there that you can't entrust a heavy responsibility of transforming the country, higher education in particular, and place that responsibility on people like those ones who, some of them in business, in institutions which are very problematic. So I'm saying that even in the ANC, because it's the ANC which made that appointment, it's not government, there is that counter-revolution. And the other thing which I also wanted to raise, maybe you might have been briefed about development around the composition on council on higher education. The other thing which I wanted to raise in closing, Comrade Chairperson, is Comrade Day is putting a picture as if the party is unanimous around here. And we are aware, in fact, events in the last party conference have told us that the party is not unanimous on here. In fact, there's class conflict in the party. Maybe we must say the party is also contested, there is a broad church. In fact, the party is a broad church because there is an amazing crop of capitalist class in the party, which proudly and confidently defend here in a party conference. Yes, something which have characterized as a neoliberal policy framework, which must be rejected. But that crop of capitalist class is there and it defends here. So I think that maybe Comrade Dale might disagree with me. But I want your viewpoint on that thing, that maybe we must also agree that the party is a broad church and everyone must come and contest. That's a struggle there.
Transvaal and many other capitalist countries, we are not as under pressure as them, but it is merely a matter of convenience within particular countries.
Because not just in theory, but in practice, how do you then apply that theory? How those who are in the state are empowered through certain activities, and they actually lead the masses into activities which can enable them to change the balance of forces within the state, but also within the society as a whole. So I agree basically that yes, it is a dialectical process, and that's why we must be very concerned, as I've engaged in recent times with Friedman on the question of accountability, where in terms of the traditional approach to the notion of accountability is that people's participation is limited to voting at the end of 5 years, and then after that 5 years, all those who are elected go and act on behalf of the whole society, come back after another 5 years, and account. And I think my argument in that regard has been, you want an activist notion of accountability, which must be premised on participation by the people as an ongoing process. Because we are saying that the forces which brought us here were not spectators in the big drama of life, like, you know, somewhere in France, Bafana on stage, and everybody was busy applauding or crying. But that they actually are participants. And you want to make sure that the masses then become participants. So the real question, which I think was raised from this side, because I'm now linking with that, is that there is an assumption that someone has demobilized the masses, and that none takes responsibility for this demobilization. So in this case, maybe the NC has demobilized the masses, and we need to look at that thing, whether actually we didn't demobilize ourselves as mass democratic movement, together with the ANC as part of us. So when we are making the point, it should not be with the idea of finger pointing, it's to say what went wrong. That's the question is what went wrong. And lots of things went wrong. I spoke about institutions having a certain effect and so on, but also that we must understand that we are creating something very new. Whilst we are not the first actors on the stage in the world, we are not the first creators of revolutions. That revolutions have been fought before and others. But there's a sense in which certain activities are novel in our own conditions. So we draw from the experience of the human race in changing society. Obviously, that reminds me about the character of change. And the character of change can only be classified with actually take the society to a better organized form or not. So that we then use, we can then throw the word class character or whatever. But otherwise, it cannot just be changed for change's sake. Otherwise, that is at the form, that is reorganization of society. It's not a revolutionary leap forward. A revolutionary leap forward will be characterized, as I'm saying, by the breaking with historic epochs, in particular ways. And if you break with an epoch, it means a new class comes into power. That's what it means. In our conditions, the conditions of the National Democratic Revolution, I've listened to all the comments today and also before today, which we are not agreed, and I've made this in public documents. Within the alliance today, we are not agreed as to the states which must replace the apparatus. We are not agreed about the character of the state. The debate is around the character of the democratic state. So until we settle that issue, some will be said to be right-wingers, others left-wingers. But against what? And really, that's the debate. Yes, the question of leadership of the working class. That's a general concept. But when you implement the leadership of the working class, what for? In our own concrete conditions. This debate has started with the International Socialist League, whether the socialist struggle must precede the national struggle. Those questions remain valid today. And all I can say is that I think the progressive forces might want to pay much more attention on the content of the national democratic.
so that we agree on the minimum implementation program of our RDP and so on, so that we are agreed on that. And if we say to somebody foul, yes, we know it is foul, because they are departing from an agreed minimum program. So at this stage, oh, by the way, the other point I should make, we should not be over, as comrades are saying, sensitive to criticism. And actually, that includes also our ability to receive when other comrades express a different point of view. Because none of us, in the process of creation, can play sole monopoly to interpretation of reality. I think that point is critical. It's very critical. So when others respond to certain points which are valid, and they come with counter-valid points, we should then not complain and say they are not entitled to respond. I think that's the thing. Why am I making that point? I'm making that point because I am saying this project is so big that, in fact, in some ways, there are no landmarks. You are not going to be able to say, Comrade Mwako, if I say, we're going to that building out there, and actually you look and you don't see the building, you are entitled to say, I don't see it. And then Comrade Mwako, show me that building. That's the point I am making. Because if otherwise, if I am saying, we're going to that building, and you don't see it, and when you say you don't see it, and I begin to complain, why don't you see it? Then there's a big problem. Because we begin then to start from very progressive debate within our movement. Yes, there are classes forces within the ANC. They are contesting for dominance. There are class forces in the party, by the way. If you look at people who are in the party, you'd not be surprised that there are class forces in the party. Even if you are born of pure bred working class, you are not necessarily geologically working class. I mean, and I would be surprised, comrades, you're making a joke about it, be serious. There's no party which has never been contested before. You go to Lenin's party, you go to all the parties, it is like that. Because the society is a very complex phenomenon. So you're not going to find a pure Jews, in a party or in the ANC. You're going to find contestation for ideas. And that's a very natural thing. But the important thing is how should progressive forces make sure that they lead by persuasion. Let me take the question of the Communist Party, leadership of the working class, the party of Kotane and the others. That party, which is this party today, has always given leadership in a particular way within the alliance. And it will be very interesting to see what is the difference between 94 and now, in terms of that leadership role of the party. It used to be very interesting when you hear people say that this one must be a communist, if somebody was doing a good thing. If somebody was doing a good thing in the liberation, either whether they were very brave, whether they would say, this must be a communist. They used to give leadership through the power of ideas. But it meant that the party took more time developing the understanding of the case. It took quite a lot of time. It took no less maybe than a year for a person on probation before you qualify to be a party member. But by the time you qualify, it's not only on the basis of duration, it's how much politics have you mastered about the working class struggles and other struggles, and the struggles of your people in South Africa, the struggles of the National Democratic Revolution. Now, this sense, I'm not sure how much are still there in the party. How much, because candidates, I want to challenge some of the notions about the Comrade in front was saying, and also Comrade Dale about the question of authority and so on. I think Comrade Dale, when I was talking of authority and command, I was not talking about just command from the state, but I was looking at an organization. Let's say you've got the Communist Party, an ANC, which has taken certain positions, and the members of the ANC don't implement this. Then you need command, because otherwise you go to Spain in 1936, then you have anarchy. And if you are in Spain in 1936, Franco is coming, because I don't know if you know about Franco. He ruled Spain many years ago. But the reason why he managed to come on top as a right-wing leader using the army machinery was because the progressive forces in Spain at the time believed that it was enough that all of us knew that we were fighting for socialism, and that each one of us had a gun, that none of us was going to give orders to the other. Of course, then you start shooting different directions when these guys give concentrated fire on you. And that's the point you are making. So, it's very correct that answering the question about the relationship between the state and the people, yes, it's a dialectical relationship. There is no other way. Otherwise, you are done going. You are sinking into an ocean which paralyzes the masses and assume that a few comrades are the ones qualified to be revolutionary because they are premiers and MECs and so on. That's what it does. If you move away from this dialectical relationship, particularly a state which is so contested, like the apartheid state, like the state you are trying to remove. I mean, that state, comrade, is really contested. Seriously. Now, if anybody was to dream that they are going to be able to manage it from within without any other help, there may be a fundamental kind of error. It's not going to happen like that. But I want to come back to us. Because comrades were saying, we must then do toy and do other things. Yes, we must do it. Yes, we can do it. But we are not always going to do it. Sometimes we can avoid instead of doing it. What I'm saying, whatever Hohoi means, don't worry. But what I am saying, the point I'm making is that there is need at a strategic level for revolutionary forces to review their tactics and strategies in relation to the conditions they've got to change. You see, you can't always be a ram. By the way, you cannot always be a ram. You say it worked. I know that there's a wall here, like this thing in front of me. I know to remove this thing, I must push it because it is here. But when this thing is not here and I push, I'm going to fall. I think we need to understand it. Because this is the material, is the objective situation that is confronting this revolution. At the moment it is here, I push, I won't fall. But remove this, let me push, and you'll see what will happen. In the same way. So why am I invoking this image? Because I think as a revolutionary, we cannot say if something works today, it's going to work tomorrow, regardless of whether the conditions have changed or not. Because then you deny your own victory. You change the material world in a particular way. Once you have changed it, you deny those victories by staying back caught in a time lap, frozen in time. And so, instead of hoi-hoi, you are doing. And so we must look at those and say, how do we take the situation forward in a way as would enable us to then do certain things in a particular way. Now, sorry, I'm just picking the points written quickly so that I don't pass anything. I think I've dealt with the counter-revolution. Yes, communists are talking of counter-revolution, and communists are talking also of, you are linking it up to the bourgeoisie and so on. By the way, in terms of our theory and practice, the bourgeoisie, black bourgeoisie in this country, there's a very lovely debate around that, whether it can be certainly progressive, whether it can ever. There are also, by the way, debates around, skipping the two-state theory you've mentioned. There have been debates, quite very serious debates, internationally within the international socialist movement about skipping the capitalist path of development into the non-capitalist. Those questions, there have been experiments as well. Some have been successful, others have not been successful. But the point to make is one. In relation to the National Democratic Revolution, as it must be in any struggle, the working class cannot isolate itself. Once once the working class move towards a self-isolationist position, then that struggle is defeated. Day one, it's finished. You know, the Peri commune, because we must invoke these experiences. You see, in Paris, when they had the first working class government, which lived for a few days, the mistake the Paris commune made was to fail to organize the peasants in the countryside, because they were purists. And the next day, you know, the forces of Louis and others came, they mobilized the peasants against that revolution. And that revolution was drowned in blood. Very first lesson about anybody who's a serious man. I am saying, if the working class try the path of self-isolation, in this country, you can't talk of working class struggle in the next 20 or so years. Till be gone, finished. Till be a few individuals who will be critiquing and so on. The strength of any movement is, I'm going to repeat what I'm saying. One, you win over to your side those who can be one friend. Two, you neutralize those who cannot be won over so that they're not used against you. Three, you destroy them. Simple. Very basic lesson about revolutions. Anyway, whether it's working class led or whatever, but very basic lesson. You win over those who must be won over. In our situation, all people were victims of apathy. Only agenda of the National Democratic Revolution will go with you, but they'll come carrying their class position. So, you know, they're coming with you, but they're carrying their class position. That's not your problem. Your problem is to get your ideas to win, and to get the class that you believe must lead the society to the future to be better organized, so that it is not overthrown or dominated. Two, you make sure that the forces that are opposed to you are not used against you. That they are not used against this revolution. What was impossible yesterday is possible today. If we could not change, what this man was commanding the army, if we could not change Mary in 94, we could change him in 98. And so now you have to be very practical, because it means certain things have happened between 94 and now. If you had done it in 94, you would not have had elections. By the way, if comrades don't know, there was not going to be elections in 94. And the army was digging in, they were saying, not yet. And what did we do? We kept Meren, and in 98 we changed it. There is no spear under sitting in there. Now, and Meren is powerless to do anything. So as young people who have to change this society very fundamentally, you have got to be able to relate with these things and see them in context. Because if you don't understand that in 94 we could not change Meren, then you are making a big mistake. But we have not only changed it, we have changed also the head of military intelligence. We are also changing other people. Now, in the context of the National Democratic Revolution. But you see, suppose Spear Nyanda is not a leading member of the party, suppose he comes from a bourgeois and is bourgeois hotel, you may not be able to change him today. You know, you might want to do certain things so that you create conditions where you can change him like you change Mary without any problem. And therefore take your revolutions forward in a particular way. I think I wanted to make this general point, because otherwise we get caught in certain very I've been told I'm still going to make closing remarks. I won't be making closing remarks because Dale needs to do that. But I was going to just go to the question of this morning about, I'm sure I'll be talked at great length about the elections, about the political forces, what you are faced with, and so on. Now, just to respond to that comment there, it's just one thing that when we talk about life, about society, we are talking of society reproduce itself, engaging human beings, what separates us from the rest is that we are able to live, whereas the rest cannot. And therefore our life rotates around our ability, how we organize ourselves in reproducing life on Earth. And that then takes the socio-economic relations, of course, which plays itself into as political relations in other ways, and eventually cultural and so on. So I'm not able to go into those theoretical questions because it will like more or less take us away, I think, from some of the the points we are making without using a lot of big terminology, but using very simple language. I think that we are all understanding. Thank you very much. If there are points I've missed, I'm sure from the day we might want to take some of them on, and then maybe we'll then make some remarks.
So I agree with that. There always will be. But as the Congress, as the SACP, that is our position. That is the programmatic position of the party. I think what you saw at the SACP 10th Congress was you saw that those comrades who had attempted, and I'll put this very personally, who had attempted to have it both ways within the SACP. And that's what democracy is all about. Viva democracy. The second thing is the issue of discipline within the movement, which I think the comrade is a more serious point that the comrade is making. Absolutely. And discipline works both ways. Again, it's a dialectic in terms of this. As Comrade Guaco said, if members of an organization, you have passed something, if members are not implementing that program, the leadership and those structures have every right to discipline those members. What happens if you have leaders that are not implementing the program of the movement? I'm being very serious, because that is exactly what the debate was at the 10th Congress. We had a party program that we had very specifically, and there was a feeling and there was debate, and comrades shouldn't be afraid to come out. That's what happens at a Congress. You come out and you say, are we going in the right direction? Were the comrades leading us in this direction? If they're not, you replace those comrades. That's again what democracy is about, being a democracy. So, talking about discipline, it goes both ways, comrades. Discipline goes both ways. And I think it comes back to the point about the relationship between the state and the mass forces. The state and the leadership must act and lead, absolutely, and it must work the both ways. Same within a political organization and a movement. Otherwise, we are merely giving lip service to all of the debates that we have. If we go to a Congress, if we go to those things and we pass a resolution, and we pass a program, we take that seriously. If you look at COSATU's 6th National Congress, they passed resolutions. One of their resolutions was, within 6 months, we will have a Central Committee and a Policy Formulating Conference. They had it, bringing together 500 comrades. The party is very much far behind COSATU in terms of taking its own resolution seriously. And I'm afraid to say so is the ANC. COSATU shows us both up in terms of that. They take what they do seriously and what they debate. That's discipline in regards to that. And we need to take that seriously. All of us do. And I'm pointing the finger at our organization as well. It's not just... Yes, we have the table here, and this is the objective reality. If you push against it, you stop, and if it's not there, you fall over. Like Comrade Guaco, the difference between objective, well, the dialectic between objective and subjective is, I can look at this and I say, sure, there's no way through, but then I can turn around and get my chainsaw, and I can saw right through this table and walk that way. What's there. We must not say that those possibilities are not there. We must be creative about those possibilities. That's what the challenge is. And finally, the point on the working class and self-isolation. And I'm just picking it. Comrade Guaco is absolutely correct in terms of that. We cannot take the risk of isolating ourselves. The failures of the past. And so we're not talking about autarky. South Africa must come and have its own little island here and say, to the rest of the world, please get lost. It's unrealistic. We understand there's a global economy. We know those kinds of relations. However, with looking at the possibilities, what we're saying is that the United States and Britain and Japan and the EU, they're powerful forces. But let's look at Brazil, let's look at India, let's look at where the majority of the world population lives. Let's look at the trade and development, and the state, I think, is beginning to do that. We're beginning to look at those South-South relationships, beginning to look at where the majority of people in this world live, and looking at working class forces, because it's working at poor people that make up the majority of humanity. Unfortunately, they don't have the majority of the capital, they have very little. But in order to begin to change the balance of forces internationally, the working class must begin to have a true internationalism. So that when, why is it, for example, that SAA must appoint a general manager from the United States who's not only a right-wing character, but also wants to further the privatization of that kind of thing? Why is it that we accept those kinds of things as a given, that must be the case in order to be internationally competitive? We must have an internationally competitive airline. What we're saying is, let's think of other alternatives. Let's think of bringing in the unions and those that organize within those sectors and having socialized ownership of those things. Why is it that that can't be just as efficient as the private sector? There's a myth, an absolute myth, that the private sector is efficient. You know why? Because the vast majority of subsidies in the United States go to the private sector companies. They don't go to the working people. They go to, the tax holidays that are given, the tax incentives, all of those kinds of, that's subsidies. That's people's money going to the private sector. We need to switch that around. So don't buy the arguments that disempower and demobilize us. Let's be creative and let's move forward.
Comrades, I would prefer a situation where we don't pose questions only to speakers, but also respond to each other's questions. Because I'm sure this is a learning process. Comrades, I want those who are going to speak also to further engage on the character of the state. It has come out clear that there is no clear agreement on the character of the state, whether it be the national democratic state. There is also a clear agreement here in front that the ANC is a contested terrain, the one is a contested terrain, and obviously we're going to have an ANC state. That is what we wish to create after 1999. And therefore the question becomes, if there is no agreement about the character of the state, what kind of state are we going to put in place? Is it about the dominant force that wins the contest in the ANC? What is that emerging dominant force? I think comrades must answer some of these questions. Comrade Oscar, Jacob, Comrade David, Ken. Can you stand up? Sorry?
And wanting a two-thirds majority in the next election. So the will is there. Now we want to believe that the organization I'm going to vote for in 1999 has better provision through the statute and practice. Amongst others, the definitions of political values. I also think that I want to agree with Comrade Peter when he...
Your voice, they can't hear the other.
You can't hear me. Yeah, I also want to agree with Comrade Peter on the question of, because I think what Comrade Dale is continuously bringing to the fore is using, the Trump card is using is that there is ideological consistency within the party. And hence, in the speech of Comrade Thabo at the party congress, he made it abundantly clear that indeed it is not the case. That there is contestation within the party. That not everyone agrees as to how we should take the path to that particular ideological objective. And I think that, and I'm raising it because continuously comrades of the party is using that trump card. That the ANC is that Maria and therefore we have our clear vision because we have a common ideological objective. And it is actually not the case within the party. And when Comrade Dale says that that is our position, unquote, quote unquote, that is our position at the 10th Congress. However, you still have communists, part of the NEC of the ANC, who adopted here. You still have communists within government who adopted here. And I'm saying that those kind of relations, those kind of realities must also then be clarified from the Communist Party side, as well as the ANC. We understand that that is the official position of the party, but it is also ideologically inconsistent to have communists in the party arguing in favor of here. The other two points I want to make is, I think in terms of the character, because I don't want to respond on the intervention approach as well as management, just briefly, on the management of the state. we are introducing red tape. Yes, there is a lot of bureaucracy that is taking place. But yes, it's the 4 first years ever in our lives to run the state. We are still trying to grapple with how to run a state. It is a surprise to me if there is indeed experts within the Communist Party to tell us how to be more expedient and efficient, then by all means they should do that within their line somewhere. Because it seems from their perspective, we are definitely doing it wrong. But I want to reiterate that it's our first year, for 4 years of running this country. I don't want to repeat what Comrade Martha said about criticism, because where there is constructive criticism, there must be response. If you tell us, and it's not true that we only got these things through the mass media. I think in Comrade Tabo's speech at the Congress, he extensively quoted from the discussion documents of the 10th Congress of the party and responded to those very issues. The fact that there are elements within the party that is suggesting that we are throwing the RDP out by the window. We have abandoned the RDP. That there are people hell-bound in the ANC to take us on a destructive road. And that is why we are now beginning to grapple. What happened in 1969 in Morogoro? Yes, we agreed on a common plan and a common program forward. But at Morogoro already, there were these differences and these debates before we agreed on the two-state theory and the up there mentioned. So these contradictions have forever been there. When the ANC president comes to the Communist Party Congress and responds to not criticism, but pure blatant lies, it's justified to actually respond to those questions.
Thank you, Comrade Gerald.
Yeah, sure, Comrade. I want to speak on a number of questions, but I'll take very few. I'm not sure how many. One question I want to take from is about contestation of the It's just unfortunate that in this contestation, there are those comrades who are able to proclaim and say, we are speaking on behalf of the working class, the poor. I don't know the other contestation on which behalf they speak, but they don't say it. So I think there's something that we contest. We must also say which class forces do we represent. I think that question is very much important. But the point that I want to make also is about contestation within the party in relation to contestation within the ANC. Because there is contestation on the class question, on the class strike. But there's also, even where there's agreement on the class strike that is supposed to wage, there will be different positions on what is supposed to be the correct line of march. So I think that I want to draw a distinction. I think that in the Communist Party, and unless this has been reasoned, many probably able to clarify, my understanding is that all communists agree on class issues. Like in the Conservative Party, there have been, of course, differences over a number of issues. But I think that in the ANC, the contestation is really about the class question. And I want to make that distinction so that we don't call sometimes differences on when people agree on fundamental key questions and call the differences, because those will always be. You can't have a one-sided thinking in a particular organization. But whether you call that class contestation, I think is very much important. And I don't expect the party to be not a homogeneous organization, even on the way forward with this contestation. But I think that the contestation within the ANC, I understand it to be a class contestation. And that's what But the last point which I want to speak about is that I think that in the movement there's been an evolution of the culture of debate. And I think that we must look at it. On key fundamental policy issues. I think with the Freedom Charter, there were debates. I think there was consensus from since it was adopted. I think relatively today, there was agreement on the RDP. I'll just take main document. There's been agreement on that document that's been guiding us until not so long. Then here came, instead of those traditions also applying to here, they don't apply. And what I'm asking comrades is, what happened? Why at this particular stage of the NTR are we unable really to contain the differences unlike we were able to contain them in the past? And my analysis is that I think that we must not give any, I don't see any other reason except the fact that the class contradictions have sharpened within the movement. And I think that they took at which stage of the NTR are we? Because I don't see any other explanation. I don't think that comrades out of convenience decided to differ and say that this is a culture. I think the differences today are so serious, we are able to manage them. And even the differences that were displayed at the party congress, I don't think that we have ever done that in the history of the movement, publicly that way. And I'm saying that there should be a particular account in terms of the stages, as one correct was saying. Where in terms of the NDRE, why starting next year? It is more economic, sharpening the divisions and the contract agencies, because class persons are becoming more exposed, they're becoming the focus. I don't think that there are serious differences on a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, united South Africa. I don't think there are serious, that is the national question. Why are they so sharp on the economic question? And I don't have answers, but I think that Comrade must clarify. Lastly, in conclusion, as a speaker, on the stage, I think that Comrade has talked about the stage, but we have not yet really heard about what is the power relations and balance of forces within the state. I don't think it's 50-50. There are some documents of the movement which have suggested, or some remarks or issues of comment, which suggest that the present state has got capitalist elements, but also proletarian elements, so that it's capitalist and proletarian. It's 50-50. Both the working class and capital adequately represented in the state. And my definition, and this is a conclusive statement, the South African state, in exception of the fact that there's been democracy produced in the country, it remains in terms of class and class dominance and class relations. It remains a capitalist state. The mode of production, exchange, and ownership remain in the hands of the capitalist classes. And that is what defines our power relations within the state. And the present state, that is why GIA was successful. It's because within the state, power relations are not in favor of the working class. And the international capital and local capital were able to exert maximum pressure on the state and forces the state as an instrument of either class, forces the state to adopt policies that are in favor of business, because I'm convinced that I don't think that GIA really seeks to empower workers. I think that COSATU would have not rejected it. I don't think that COSATU can reject something that seeks to empower. So I'm saying that I think those kind of issues today must be ready to clarify. Sure. Yes,
the ANC of Oliver Tambo, the ANC of Mandela. You are also the members of the Communist Party, of the beginning, comrades. The ACCP of Slovo, the ACCP of Banting, the SSCP of Banting and Kotane and JP Max, comrades. Let us not, comrades, isolate ourselves as treat ourselves as special entity, as if we were living in an outside world. Comrades, you are the members of the ANC, but you are not you are the ANC members at the very same time, you are the ANC cadres. But we will never accept the question of being imposed to us and say, you are the GIA cadres. We are not the GIA cadres, comrades. We have our rights to object to GIA whenever it is wrong, comrades. And then we must take our differences in an amicable way, comrades, as a fruitful exercise, comrades. Comrade, I want just to maybe to point to comrade that comrade, but I don't think it's a constitution terrain, like you said. I mean, you understand, you understand the way maybe you put it, maybe you compare ANC and the party. They are not the same. Comrade, the party is based on the Marxist and Leninism, comrade. We want the dictatorship of the proletariat. We want the decommodification of the working class, comrade. That's where we are based. In the ANC, it's where now we start, maybe we can, go back to what Comrade Mwabu have said, that these changes are not static, they are new, they are not static phenomena. You have now so-called, but we are not here to debate, so-called patriotic bourgeoisie. But the mere fact that through development, there are comrades within ourselves that have been in the forefront of our struggle, that can be at the end of the day, that are today, that are reactionary, okay, because of the class interest and the taste. Okay, let's go back on this. And say, what GIA have to us? Comrade, GIA really, when it comes to the balance of forces in terms of the state, GIA doesn't serve the interest of the working class, comrade. The GIA is opening up the market for the international to come and invest in South Africa. It is not a people's-driven microeconomic policy, comrade. The microeconomic policy that we know is people's-driven is RDP, which was based on the interest of the people. Comrade, you have noted that the communists, they are saying that the microeconomics policy should not be separated to the social development, comrade, okay? Let us address the question of the fiscal policy, let us address the question of the monetary policy, under the control of the capital. But let us also not forget the question of the social development. Today, outside in South Africa, we are still having high unemployment rate, that thing you must understand. Today, comrade, we are still having, the resources, they still belong to the few. The question of we lack of skills. What the government is doing, I mean, those are the things, the contentious issue that if we are talking about the economic development, we must also talk about the social development. I want to just pose the one question to Comrade Mwago and say, Comrade, in this new terrain or in this new epoch, there is this veil of ignorance that is existing. What is the ANC is doing, I mean, to address and to accommodate the different classes as it represents the broader masses? Here we have mentioned the working class, the churches, and so forth and so on. But I mean, I'll try to be against of your principles, winning over those who can win, neutralize those who can neutralize, and destroy those who cannot destroy. I mean, for me, those are the basis of the imperialism. That's what they were trying to do. They've been struggling to destroy communism, to win over those they can win, and neutralize those they can neutralize, and also destroy those they can destroy. Let us not put our efforts much more on those three principles of winning over and neutralizing and destroying. Because, I mean, we are not, trying to be more accommodative and receptive. The question of coexistence of differences. I mean, let's open up the terrains, comrades, for all differences to prevail. So, comrades, what I'm trying to say, maybe we also need to understand what is the GIA all about, Kabani. I mean, and let us try to make a comparison between GIA and RTP. And so, therefore, we can be able to say we are the GIA cadres. As the members of the ANC. And also to remind comrades that the ANC in the Mafeking conference, that's why I'm saying let us not treat ourselves as an outsider. As the members of the ANC, as the members of the Youth League, the ANC in Mafeking never rejected, never agreed on Kiev Nakabal. Today is new when Comrade Mandela is saying that he stood by Kia as long as he's still alive. We will give a direction to Kia. That was an individual position that was taken by Comrade Madiba. Okay, that was the question of the ANC. Let us not confuse the ANC. That was the position of the NEC, of the Working Committee of the ANC. But the ANC that we have elected, it was Comrade Madiba. Okay, and I think, Comrade, let us not use these differences, to sharpen the needs of those who are opposed to us.
Yeah, that's sure. I will be very brief. Comrade David, you are the last one.
Thank you, Com. I think I want to first comment to say that in terms of my understanding of the parties and Marxist-Leninism, in terms of ideological orientation, it is not contested. That's my understanding. But obviously we have tendencies that are emerging, also within SASP. We can't say that we're also not contested. We are contested. But we need to say that what causes this kind of problem, or to a certain extent, it's out of lacking of political education amongst ourselves in terms of when people join, we just assume that everyone understands what is Marxist-Leninism, what is SASP, what is ANC. So I'm saying that these are subjective weaknesses that we have. Those differences should not be reduced to say that the party is contested. I differ with that as a member of the party. I don't think it's correct. Secondly, I think Comrade Oscar spoke about that the RDP is not abandoned. I argue that it's abandoned. I think, firstly, I want to start with because he's making his analysis on the basis of what Comrade is following, in fact, and critical on what Comrade is saying. Because first, I think RDP acknowledged that we have a debt. And also GIA agreed that we have an apartheid debt that is in debt. All of us will agree that we have an economy that was not growing, those kind of things. But the key question is how to address this. I'll speak about the debt only, but there are many economic variables that are involved in that particular. To show that how, when we say there's been a shift from RDP, this is what we mean. First, the RDP said, in an attempt to address the apartheid debt, you can't nationalize that. That's the problem. That's why we agree with the RDP. It says that you can't nationalize. But GIA says no, privatize, cut on social expenditure, so that you can service the debt that you have. And unless these things are similar, you'll pardon me, but to me they're very different. Nationalization and privatization are two different things. Unless they are new today, they are similar. I'm not so sure. Comrade will clarify. And second, in terms of monetary policy, Gear says that raise interest rates. Interest rate meaning that if I borrow your money, you must, if I borrow 10 rand, you must bring it in maybe 50 rand. Gear says you must maintain that interest rate. And for government also, I'm not saying that government should go and borrow. It says that for government to borrow more, it will have to pay more. If it borrowed 1 million, it will pay 2 million. And it's a problem to us because also government will not be able to give service to the people. And also you as an individual, you're not only to be able to go and buy maybe a bond. If you want a house, interest rate will be high. That's why we're saying that gear, it has departed from our understanding of the art. Last, Comrade Chair, I think also, Comrade, in terms of the patriotic bourgeoisie, the kind of state that he spoke about, I think I'm happy that you are back to dogma because we were told that we should not speak dogma in the morning. We should not be dogmatic on classics, Marx and Lenin. I'm happy, Comrade Ngogo, you have brought us into this dogma that we're told. I'm saying that there's a problem also in your analysis of the Paris Commune. Because you are saying that, okay, the peasants were not organized, no? But you are not telling us around the role of the bourgeoisie, around the Paris Commune, because it's also relevant to us. Because what happened is that the working class was emerging. There was a working class. Russia was now invading, France, Paris in particular. And the bourgeoisie, the two bourgeoisies, because they realized that their interests are similar, the Prussian bourgeoisie and also the Paris bourgeoisie. And they said, let us unite and deal with this working class. You deal with your own working class in your own country, also with your own class, working class in your own country. This raises a question as to, really, can you have a national bourgeoisie? Because this bourgeoisie, they have the same interest. They agree that, no, let us deal with this working class, deal with it, because if they rise, this working class, when it rises, it poses a danger to your interest and also to our interest as a nation. So I'm saying that in the context of debating the really, this notion because Marx made that point correct, and also Lenin repeated in Status and Revolution, those classics, Comrade Norton, to question whether you, I wonder, maybe because I'm speaking the dogma, but because no, the question is related to two things. The state that we want to build, is it a bourgeois state or is it a working class state? Because if we are not able to interrogate those persons, really to me, the democratic state that we're talking about, it will be just a state that will open markets, also under this phenomenon of stabilization, taking markets and others. And the last point, unfortunately, labor is not here. The whole question of, because we are not also able to characterize the current contradiction of this transition. Because I argue that today, you have a contradiction between workers and the working class. I contest this view, because today, unfortunately, the labor is not here. Today, you have, I'm not necessarily ridiculing the whole question of social investment and other things. The whole question of social capital, I think as a movement, we're not able to interrogate it very seriously. Because you have workers, and maybe workers who are working, investing there, but those benefits, they don't necessarily benefit the working class generally. So I'm saying that also the labor need to find a way in which, when it invests, this benefits in this capital, in the so-called social capital, it's able to also to benefit the working class in general. And an attempt at least to move away from reform, the reformist nature of labor. Because if we don't do that, we'll fall into the trap of social democratic development, as we've seen in Sweden and other things. So I think it's also important, also to relate it to the question of state power, because any revolution, as Lenin said, that is, it's about state power. So I'm thinking that it's also very critical also for the unions to begin to say that how do they relate their own struggle also to the question of the state power. I think when they have to play
obviously, the debate can be taken in their absence. I think it has become even an in-house debate.
Yeah, I'm sorry, comrades, we have to be under pressure now. I would have wanted to sit a bit more because this is very energizing. The debate is quite engaging, it's very interesting. And I then want to say, in prefacing what I'm going to say now, that we need to look at ANC policy, SNC policy, but also look as to an NC policy is an alliance policy with regard to the National Democratic Revolution. But the importance of this debate is that it says, where do we go from here in terms of taking other struggles, particularly the class struggle? I think that's the plan. So, just to go back to Comrade Dale, who was saying discipline must be both ways. What happens if it's leaders who misbehave? Leaders are members. So they are not leaders before they are members. So the logic then applies that. So if you are then saying there's discipline of members, it applies across the board. Because those leaders derive their mandate from the fact that they are members in the first place. I mean that you can't use different justice. And again, to the image of hacksaw at the table, you cannot hacksaw the air. You can only hacksaw the table. And I think we are agreeing with it. Because what we are saying on that point of pushing or cutting, we are saying is that it's part of our job as practicing revolutionaries to find new solutions to new situations. That's all we're saying. It is about changing the world, isn't it? And you might find easier ways of doing it, like our ancestors of old discovered that you could use fire in order to make the heat tender and warm yourself. Unlike doing the other thing of packing together like sardines. So what we're saying is that therefore there's always this energy, creativity in people with the ability to take their own conditions and change it for the better. That's what we're saying. That's the point. Now, I want to go back to the question of gear and also the general observation we've made today. I think my position on this is that we need to look at the totality of our activities, both inside the state and outside the state, whether in fact our agenda is on course. Because if you reduce the struggle to macroeconomics, then you are misdirected. If our struggle is reduced to macroeconomics, and then we exclude all other building blocks of a new society, then we have not begun to debate. That's why I was saying when I started. This debate, in my view, needs to be premised on a much broader debate. This is too narrow for me. Whether it's Thabo defending it or blazing away at it is too narrow. I think we need to go wider. We are dealing with total society. Total. It's a project we never explained. Now, that's all the point out. So I won't go into the debate with like, yeah, it's good or bad. What I am saying is the debate is now. And I think I want to argue that point because I believe we can. And to some extent, the party began to move a bit with the resolutions of government. When you begin to talk about engaging the masses in the process of change and those sort of things, you are beginning to deal with the wider which are required, which are challenges of our day. That is not to say communists cannot comment on one to do the job, which is gay. It's not to say communists cannot debate on that. But if it is the only issue upon which then everything rises and falls, I think I'll back to the subject matter. Now, the question has been asked, which class forces do we represent? Because we know others represent working class. What type of a state are we building? Because it relates to that. One comrade actually came to a correct conclusion that this is a capitalist state. I'm going back to the ANC policy. ANC policy, freedom and I've studied it for a very long time. I may be a bit suffering some sort of correction or lack of movement for a long time. you study this until you get bored. According to the basics, fundamentals of the National Democratic Revolution, the NC is not committed to building a socialist state. I think that misnomer must be clear. The ANC is not committed to building a socialist state. So if we are debating that whether the ANC has departed from a mandate, we are not correct. The ANC is not committed to a socialist state. That's why you've got a communist state in the first place, which is committed to a socialist state. Do you understand each other? Now, we debate here, we debate here as if the NC program is a socialist program. It's not. And the NC is not ashamed that this program is not socialist. And I think we must differentiate between those two. Because the ANC agenda is to liberate the black people from apartheid. Are we clear? That's his agenda. To liberate the black people from apartheid. But in so doing, allow space for other class forces to organize themselves for their standards. So, in this democracy, what will happen is that if the common party has got the energy, the oomph, and the working class is able to be better organized in a way that it doesn't isolate itself, then you will have possibilities for socialism, which could be today or tomorrow. But don't expect the ANC to build socialism. That is mission impossible. ANC is not going to build socialism. So when we debate, we should not proceed from the basis that the ANC is committed to socialism. It is not. And, because that's the tenor of the debate here. And the next point I want to make is that it is a fallacy to argue that there is community of interest of the capitalist class across the board and there are no variations. It's not true. That's why they had to create the nation state as a basis for accumulation. That's why there was never a nation state under communalism. The modern state, as we know it, with boundaries, was created precisely because national capital, that is national bourgeoisie, had to rise. And they used their sole claim over their resources to be able to do that. Internationalization and globalization is a different phenomenon. So, in terms of our conditions, when you talk of black people, we are not allowed to be bourgeois. They are going to fight to be bourgeois in their own rights. That's what we need. They will use the modern state to create a black bourgeoisie. Now, to the extent that they do that, there will be a contradiction between international bourgeois and the local bourgeois. It's a very simple thing. So you see, because this is social phenomenon, it's not 1 + 1 is 2. It's much more complex than that. It's not 1 + 1 is 2. And I was going to say something that. So, just responding to the comment there about some certain things that, you see, if certain things, it's not for us to say, a particular knowledge which can help us comes and classify it and say this knowledge comes from the bourgeois or this one comes from the working class. Subscribe to the ideology of Communist Party, leadership of working, you would make sure that this national democratic revolution succeeds. Because in its success lies the possibilities for the triumph of the socialist revolution. And I'm just restating something which has been said over years. So I'm not being original. Let me acknowledge this. Ms. Kotani, there was a debate with Brian Bunting and the many others in those many years. The issue in 1918, in the early 20s, was whether the communists in this country start with the socialist revolution and leave the national democratic revolution because it's reactionary. That was it. In this country. You know, it took a long time until you had black communists join the party. Like J.B. Mans, Moses Kotane, and others. And they began to say, you cannot have. And of course, the Socialist International took decisions, very key decisions, on the liberation of colonial people. These questions have been debated across the globe. So we are not the first ones to debate them. And I have not come across a single verse in any of the writings, of the classics or modern ones, who would tell you that it is reactionary to take off the colonial job instead of taking off the class dominance. I have not come across. I'm inviting Congress to control it. Because it is not there. So we should not proceed in a way that at the end we sabotage the things we believe in. But we must debate. We must debate on how to get there. And I think this is what this debate is about. How do we reach a socialist state? Those of us who believe in it. And that's the bottom line. About the community. I think the only point I made was that the peasants were mobilized. Who was mobilizing the peasants? It was obviously the bourgeoisie, is it? Who were not, because the working class had not mobilized. So that struggle was about that. Now, I don't want to go far beyond that. And comrades, wish you all the luck. I think it has been good. But I'm sure you live here knowing very well the NC agenda is not to build a socialist state. The NC agenda is to build a national democratic state within which it will allow, and that space exists now. That space exists for new class forces to take this thing forward. And what must happen is, how does that happen? In a way as would not undermine the national democratic revolution. And I've said we need to agree on key fundamentals. And the party using its maturity, using the fact that it spends in theoretically a lot of time dealing with theories around this thing, interacting with other parties elsewhere in the world, may be able to find creative ways of making sure that, in fact, the agenda of working class is not undermined or submerged as we build the national democratic state. Once we agree on that, that is fine. And I hope you can release me. Say, I won't be able to listen to your response. I hope you'll cover my back as I've always covered yours. Thank you very much. But I think this is a great beginning. That's to come here and have a political seminar where we debate about the future of our country. I think it's good to that. More than what you have said. The idea of us really engaging one another in this program.
Comrades, on behalf of the National Executive Committee, we would like to thank Comrade Maku. He actually took his leave to come and address us here. So I think that was very genuine. He has spoken to represent, in fact, the national position of the ANC. He is an NEC member of the ANC. And I think that will engage his thinking and his opinions on the basis that he was not only presenting personal opinions, but positions of the ANC. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm also just going to address some of it, and then I'm also going to have to make a move. I think some of the issues raised here are continuing the debates, and as Comrade Walker said, it's good. I wanted to take up a few of the points that were made by the comrade here. It is partially the contradiction. When I talk of we, someone's asking who I'm talking about the movement. It's precisely because the SACP does not divorce itself from government, comrade. We have as the SACP always says, we have 80 members of parliament, we have 2 deputy ministers. Those comrades have been engaged in the very kinds of things that we've been trying to transform the state. Some of them have very particular personal opinions. They express those opinions. There's debate, there's discussion. That's part of the political organization. But the SACP is not removed from the state. It is not removed and sitting out somewhere and throwing stones. It is actively involved in doing so. But within that process, it has its own contradictions. So when we say we mean we mean the movement. And to characterize simply because the SACP is criticizing or is raising objections to particular policies or particular things does not insinuate, as was insinuated at the 10th Party Congress, that somehow the SACP is sitting outside and then criticizing. It is within that in doing so. And it reiterated that in its resolutions. Let me say this, comrade. It's a very, very serious thing to say that the SACP was lying in its discussion documents. And I challenge you to point out one lie that's included in any of these 95 pages if you've read any of them, in terms of these things. Because comrades must be very careful when they say things like that. When they say things like that we're lying. Because things can be taken completely out of context. When Comrade Thabo quoted from this, and I'm going to choose 3 quotes that he made. 3 quotes that he made from this document. And then I'm going to read the next paragraph below those quotes. Because you can quote anything. Many people have quoted Marx for a whole range of other reasons. Many people have quoted all sorts of people. You can take quotes out of context. Let me do the first one, which became a big controversy and was an accusation against the party. Because one of the things that was raised, what the SACP was saying in its discussion documents, it was accusing the ANC of being the unwitting agent of US imperialism in Africa. That's what it was doing. And that was a lie. And it was, let me read you what the document says. The document says this: as South Africans, we need to guard against the danger of acting in the name of a new African Renaissance as the witting or unwitting agents of an imperialist reconfiguration of our continent. If comrades want to disagree that we need to guard against that as a country, given what has happened, that is not saying the ANC is responsible for being an agent of imperialism. It's saying that we have realities of the United States coming here with specific agendas. We need to guard against that as well. That's what the document says. And then it goes on to explain what it means in regards to that. Let me take another one, comrades, on gear. That was created as a so-called lie about gear. This says this. After, by the way, this comes after 10 pages of talking about all the achievements in the last 4 years. So we go through all this: education, women's emancipation, major infrastructural programs, healthcare, land reform and land restitution, transformation of the labor market, political democratization, peace and stability. There's 10 pages of all the achievements. Then it comes to this point about gear. So it's not just gear as separated and all we're doing is criticizing. It says this: we believe that the budget deficit targets, reduction targets, are arbitrary. In other words, where do they come from? Who decided that it must be 3% of the GDP? Where did that come from? The technocratic team that made up gear? Where did it come from? Where was the consultative process on deciding that? Or do you have to have a PhD in economics in order to understand what the deficit reduction targets are? That's what we're saying. Based as they are on the macroeconomic models derived from the largely unreconstructed Reserve Bank. That's where they came from. That's what we're arguing. We're not saying that, these things came out of nowhere. And we're certainly not saying, one of the critiques was, and let me be very clear, because this was said at the Congress and it was agreed upon. The process by which gear came about, the SACP has said this publicly the last 2 years, was non-consultative. Comrades within the ANC of the NEC, in fact, I wish Comrade Ngwako was here, did not even know about gear until about a week before it was unveiled. And they will tell you so. And Comrade Madiba confirmed that at the 6th National Congress of the SATU. If comrades were there and read his speech, what he said was, we admit that the process was not consultative. And then he went on to say, no policy is cast in stone. So how do you think the SACP should respond when the same comrade comes and says, gear is the fundamental policy of the ANC, we will not change it? How do you think we should respond to that? When 5 months earlier, we were told that no policy is cast in stone, and that the process by which that policy came about was non-consultative, and they were going to rethink it. Those are the kinds of things we engage with at the Congress. To throw around words like lies, comrades, is not a good thing to do, because it starts throwing those stones. What we're saying is we've got legitimate critiques. Comrades must engage with those legitimate critiques, and not insinuate other things that are not contained in these documents. If comrades want to respond to things that are in the documents, fine, but let's read the entire context of those criticisms, because you cannot take things out of their context, particularly. I mean, it was never mentioned that the previous 10 pages to the 2-page critique of Gear was about the achievements of the National Democratic Revolution, the positive achievements. So there's actually more in there about the positive than it is about some of our concerns, about just what we call the strategic shortcomings. And that must be understood. The last thing I want to say, and it was raised by Comrade Guac, was this. Absolutely, the ANC, and I don't think the SACP has ever argued that the ANC is committed to building a socialist state or a socialist program. We understand that the ANC is a broad national liberation movement, many contending forces, and it's never put that down in any kind of way that they're committed to a socialist state. However, throughout the history of this movement, there have been what the SACP has said, and this is what one of the things we were saying about the RDP, was this. There have been socialist elements to that program. If comrades read the RDP, Comrade Taba also quoted from the RDP and saying, we've done this, and this says this. But let's read from the, if we want to read from the RDP also says very clearly that we must move towards the decommodification of basic needs. And that means water, electricity, housing. Those are the basic rights and needs. Now, if, on the other hand, Gear is implementing a process which encourages privatization as a nullspread of the water supply, there's a gap there, comrades. What we're saying is decommodification, taking basic needs out of the market, is a socialist element. It's not socialism. It's not building a socialist state, but it is a socialist element within a dominant capitalist world and terrain. But if we're, on the other hand, saying that privatization is the way forward, you privatize the water supply in Nelspruit, within 5 years, the vast majority of comrades in Nelspruit won't be able to afford to buy that water. And we know that from international experience. It's happened in Britain. It's even happened in the core capitalist countries. We want to engage with those issues. We want to argue why we think that privatization is not the way to go, and that socialization and decommodification is the best way. And we don't want to be accused of being opportunistic when we raise those issues. Because we're not being opportunistic. Comrades in the SCCP are in local communities, they're in local structures, they're in provincial structures, they're within national structures, and they are trying. We have our own contradictions, we have disagreements, absolutely. But what we're saying is, let's move. And let's move on a basis of critical engagement with all of these issues. And let's not falsely divide, either organizationally or politically, the kinds of things that we need to engage with. So, having said that, comrades, what I would leave you with is this, is that first of all, I'm very glad that Comrade Guaco, in terms of his response and the way he engaged, I think showed, as he said to the party, a maturity in terms of the kinds of issues that we need to engage with. We might not agree on all things, and that's fine. I don't think we're expected to. But as SASCO and as the student movement and other things, I think the way we're going to build the student movement, the way we're going to build the party, the way we're going to build the ANC, and all of the other forces, progressive forces, generally speaking, in our society, is begin to do the kinds of things we're doing here, and then come together, and when we do agree, and we come to some consensus on, as Rocco put it, a minimum program, which we thought the RDP was. We thought that was a minimum program. And it's getting back to that minimum program, then we can move forward, despite our disagreements, and certainly still have constructive engagement. I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope that the absence of our more senior comrades from the party did not take away from this, and that I've given you what a lot of the party has been thinking, what's come out of its 10th Congress, and some things to debate. I thank you for the opportunity very much.
Thank you, Comrade Dale. I think that the statement in the beginning that the Communist Party, all leaders will represent similar things and similar positions as him, because you have spoken to represent the views of the party, and I think those have helped to take the debate forward. Comrade, I just want to say that according to the programs, we're supposed to continue until 6, and we're going to do exactly that. Because I've realized that there are people who still want to speak on this debate, and I don't think that the absence of the panel should actually make us to stop the debate. Let us just acknowledge the fact that the Communist Party have actually stayed until their presentation. Thank you. Comrades, we've got here Comrade Harmony from STORM, which stands for Standing Together to Organize a Revolutionary Movement. And we'd like to welcome her in our podcast. I just want to say that Comrade Harmony, we have got a very flexible audience, and you should feel flexible also to share your ideas and your experiences. Don't feel threatened to participate because of this robust debate. And we expect a lot because of the characterization of the organization that we come from. We expect some quite revolutionary ideas. Comrades, I just want to note a few hands that would want to further engage on either what the panel has presented or what comrades in the house have been raising. Comrade Mapuku, I see Comrade Manda, still B and Simon. We'll take another round. Okay, Comrade Kenny was on the last round that I had. You can start and then follow the line.
I'm not sure about where to start. But I think it is important that we also do not use what the comrade who spoke from that side was saying. When he spoke about, maybe he used the wrong word to describe a situation. When he spoke about the fact that the party itself is a maybe my colleague has brought share, but I think it was a joke that all of us accepted. But I think we should also be careful not to read wrong things into that joke. And eventually get a trump card. To me, what the comrade was really saying was that we observed a process, a situation of an open debate, robust as it might have been. But clearly, that does not mean that, I mean, those differences are very real, and I think there are technical differences that the comrade was talking about. There are not fundamental differences about how many kilometers the National Democratic Revolution must travel. There is agreement about that in the party. But I think there was a debate around the tactical instruments to put into place to reach those desired ends. But also I think what Comrade was saying in terms of the debate being reduced to an macroeconomic one, I think it's contestable also. Because I think, as we were speaking about the question of
analysis and interpretation is Marxist-Leninist. But also those who are not Marxist-Leninists have also got the responsibility to emerge and contest that. It won't be the Marxist-Leninists who are going to contest on their behalf. Which is why I am saying that every one of you, it is open for you to raise your views without being threatened by any Marxist-Leninist opinion or view. And it's only unfortunate that those who represent the others, the manner in which organization of that synonym. Comrades, I have not yet finished. What's important is that the approach of the program is that we have started at a broader level and a broader analysis of the South African state, the broader analysis of the balance of forces in the country internationally as well. What we are going to do tomorrow when we open, we are going to narrow down and look at our own organization. That will be done through the paper that has been distributed to your files, a paper that looks at the strategy and tactics of SASP. And I think that will also clarify the ideological orientation of SASP. It is there where we will take the debate of who we are as a student organization, what our ideological current is.
must be incorporated and must continue to be a guiding tone as we conduct our activities. The South African Students' Congress is well defined by its principles contained in the Constitution, namely non-racialism, non-sexism, working class leadership, democracy, and African leadership. There has been contestation since the launching Congress in 1991 on the correct interpretation of what each principle stands for. There has not been much contestation on other principles, except working class leadership, as it relates to the question of SASCO on the class question. The most direct and common question is whether SASCO is a left, right, or ideologically disinterested, neutral student organization. Comrades, these are old debates in SASCO. They have been there, they are there, they must be laid to rest. We can't continue to debate one and same issues without resolving them. So maybe we must resolve that question. There is a need to attempt a definition of what the left or right stand for. Generally, the left has been used to refer to those forces or organizations which have committed themselves to the creation of a society based on the correct application of Marxist-Leninist principles, as opposed to the extreme or distorted application, to instill a socialist system as a transitional stage and usher in communism. That is a classless society, where the principle of from each according to need, from each according to ability to each according to need would apply to those societies. The opposite to the above is right wing, while the extreme or distorted application can be ultra-left. There is no doubt that in SASCO, the right or ultra-left tendencies constitute marginal voices. Come to that point. There has not been any significant or substantial group or individuals who have declared themselves as articulating or representing the aspirations of big capital, multinational corporations, or the bourgeoisie. The content and programs of SASCO have predominantly had a left outlook or orientation. Does this situation suggest that SASCO is a left-wing student organization? The answer is no. And when I'm saying, comrades, that there are no comrades in SASCO who have declared themselves, as we say we are a contested terrain, who have said we are contesting on behalf of these class forces. They don't have to declare it, I'm aware of that point. But the point is that SASCO, and over these debates, like at the summit, I can remember that comrades were angry when I said we're not a left student organization. But what I'm saying is, as we say we are contested, I think it's time that those who say we are contested, and as we are contested, we must also know with who are we contesting. But I still maintain that position, comrades. My understanding of SASCO, comrades, is that it is a broad progressive structure, which is mainly concerned with the transformation of the tertiary education sector in particular, and the eradication of apartheid colonialism. The guiding tone of the organization is the national democratic revolution, which has both the national and class elements. SASCO derives its ideological orientation from the national democratic revolution. So that, comrades, if the NDR is a class struggle, I think we can conclude that SASCO, because its ideological orientation is from within that, then we can say we are a class student organization which have to define which class. If the NDR is a pure national strike, we would have to then say maybe SASCO is that. But I'm arguing that there are both elements, and it will be wrong to make a conclusion of either or. The National Democratic Revolution, in my understanding, contains both elements of class and national question. So I'm saying that that's where we derive our ideological orientation. Those who want to argue that we are this left or that right, they must tell us what is the content or class content of the NDR or its national content. I'm saying it is both. And that's where SASCO derived its political orientation. And therefore, it remained contested, since that the NDR itself remained contested in terms of class and self-use. Comrades, however, it is not a strategic question whether to define the organization in narrow exclusionist and ideological terms, thereby excluding or alienating other students who may not be committed to either capitalism or socialism, but are committed to the creation of a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and united society. It is, however, important to consider the class character of such a society at a particular stage in the life of SASCO and incorporate such a vision in the Constitution in order to commit the organization to a particular class right, be it capitalism or socialism. That point also deserves to be clarified, that if in the process of the evolution of the national democratic revolution, we reach a stage where we say as an organization that we have dealt decisive blow to the elements of the national question, and we are introducing significant preliminary elements of the second stage, which is class. And we are able to say, comrades, the contradiction today and the main and its antagonistic forces between labor and capital. If we're able to say all, and would want to then suggest that our organization commit itself to that, to the class strike, I think those things must be reflected in the Constitution, because our commitment to the national democratic revolution is suggested by our principles. And those who would want us to change, as I also would suggest at some stage in the life of SASCO, that we have to incorporate either class position as a program and guiding perspective of SASCO. I'm saying that then we must revisit our Constitution and incorporate so that we are very clear on what we stand for, because presently we are clear. Our principles are very consistent and very clear, not confusing on who we are. And I'm saying that if we want to change commerce, that's what that sentence wants to say. That it will be important to maybe add or delete some constitutional principles and then say this is what we want to. But at this stage, comrades, for now SASCO is a broad church, welcoming students within its ranks, irrespective of their class, origin, race, gender, and their ideological conviction, as long as they accept the constitutional principles of the organization. That is why some of us, comrades, who speak on behalf of big capital and the bourgeoisie are not expelled in SASCO. Whether you are ultra-left and so on, as long as we all converge on the principles of the organization, you will be welcome within SASCO. The character of the international situation, the analysis of the world balance of forces and the trial of strength between various and political actors is important if we are to understand the constraints and prospects for a country in transition such as South Africa. One of the major international political events was the collapse of the Soviet Union and the socialist East European bloc. The neoliberal imperialist forces and their right-wing ideologues have proclaimed the failure and actual death of communism. That is the victory of capitalism over socialism. This situation has, I'm not sure about whether it's has or had. This situation, either of those drastic consequences for the countries and peoples of the underdeveloped South, which depended on the existence of this bloc to structure their trade, investment relations, and for political direction against imperialism. The disappearance of the USSR and the crisis of socialism internationally has created space for capitalist expansion and dominance of the present world order. Comrades, we live in a world order in which there is a gradual integration of national commodity, production, and financial capital into a single market, and that is the global market. This phenomenon is called globalization and is underpinned by the ideology of neoliberalism, whose objective is solely capitalist accumulation. Maybe in some stage in future, globalization will be underpinned by another ideology, but today it's neoliberalism. Whilst there has been a crisis in the socialist countries, it's not counties, comrades, it's countries. The crises and contradictions of capitalism are revealing themselves more clearly. The crisis of capitalism has and will always remain the contradiction between overproduction and underconsumption. I would have loved to expatiate that point, but the point there, comrades, let me go through the next paragraph to come back. The growing use of new advanced technology and methods of production have resulted in intense accumulation of capital. With the growing competition, this has led to even greater concentration and centralization of capital, with its consequences of corporate takeovers, measures that end corporates must be removed, measures, distractions of rivals, and the domination of the world economy by few conglomerates. The globalization phenomenon is driven by the multinational and transnational corporations, subordinating powers of nation states to their interests, which are the maximization of super profits. There must be a reformulation of that clause without changing the content. This is further made possible by the world financial institutions, such as the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Trade Organization, and other supranational institutions. The point, comrades, is that what we witness today as the crisis of capitalism, as I want to clarify the point above, is that as capitalism, comrades, seeks to achieve its objective of maximizing profits, it cannot do that within its nation territorial boundaries. America wouldn't have survived within its own resources and within its own borders. And in pursuing that objective, capital had to expand and seek new methods, alternative methods to production. And the introduction of new technology, comrades, has resulted in a situation where there is competition, it is indicated, the crisis of capitalism across the globe, and so on and so on. Those accidents that have been reflected there, the tensions of capital. And what that point seeks to say, comrades, is that capitalism ends up producing more goods, but which cannot be consumed within a particular territorial border. And as it seeks to sell most of its commodities, it is in that situation that millions of people who are supposed to be consumers of those commodities, because of capitalist exploitation, are not in a capacity to buy these commodities. And you have to create new markets outside, create new outlets, and like McDonald's is doing, in order to ensure that whatever that we have, in advancing the ideology of capitalism, you are able to access more markets and distribute your commodities. Today, what is happening, comrades, with the Asian crisis is that as capital seeks to maximize profits, and given the international competition, and also realizing that actual investment in itself delay accumulation, there is this thing called the notion of a group of economic gangsters, as Comrade George usually say, called speculators, who are running around the globe trying to grab whatever cent is there, or whatever currency can be grabbed, because of the rife competition, so you must be able to make money as quick as possible. So that is the crisis of capitalism, having to manage overproduction and the fact that people across the globe are not in a position to afford the commodities. And you have to finally find new methods of quickly making money and so on and so on. So gambling, comrades, is one of the strategies that has been recently developed to ensure capitalist accumulation. So those are very complex questions which we'll engage on as we proceed, comrades. It is this economic war between and amongst multinational corporations, the main productive force. Oh, sorry, comrades. In this economic war between and amongst multinational corporations, the main productive force and the main motive force, the working people are being devalued, cast aside, and even destroyed. We live in a covert world wherein intelligence services, terrorist groups, arms dealers, and organized crime complement and contradict each other. This strata of forces have penetrated highest levels of government, state agencies, corporate management, the media, and progressive social movements. In the last document, I also said, with SASCO as no exception, to accelerate and deepen capitalist exploitation and advance its accumulation. These are amongst factors which constitute the new world order reality. We must not, however, succumb nor be blind to such realities as we seek alternatives to the present world evil order system. I'm not so sure about the order of words there, but I think that those of us understand this language better or make an intervention. Now, comrades, on the national political situation, that whole sentence, the first sentence, does not make sense. There are some words which must be removed. The main contradiction in any class-divided society, that struggle, it's not an obsession with struggle, comrades, but I don't know how did that word land. It's supposed to say the main contradiction in any class-divided society, such as South Africa, has been that between labor and capital. That's all. That class exploitation is not supposed to be there. I think it must be removed. However, given the specific nature of the situation in our country, there has been recognition of the second form of contradiction, which is the national oppression of the Africans, in particular and blacks in general. There has been common acceptance by the progressive forces in our country that the primary act of the National Democratic Revolution is not to overthrow the existing capitalist economic relations, but the liberation of the oppressed sections of the South African society and the creation of that society as indicated there. The main antagonistic forces identified are white minority establishment and monopoly capitalism. Those are the two antagonistic forces which are being identified in that struggle. Flowing from the above, the strategic objective of the NTR is the transference of power from the white minority to the oppressed African and black majority. In order to achieve such an objective, the destruction of the apartheid state and the installation of the democratic state is the primary task facing the progressive forces. The role of the democratic state is to tilt the balance of forces in favor of those motive forces who stand to benefit from the completion of the task of the NTR, notably the working class in its broad sense. Comrades, the period post-April 1994 saw the installation of the government of national unity, whose lifespan is nearing the end. In the last document, comrades, one attempted to say, this is how we said as SASCO we relate with the GNU. Comrades know that in some states SASCO talked about confrontational, complementary relationship with the GNU. But now that the GNU, comrades, is nearing its end, one thought maybe we must discuss how do we envisage our relationship with the forthcoming new government. And we think that must be discussed. So at this stage, comrades, one did not think that it would be important for us in any way to still say we want to revisit our positions on how do we relate with the present GNU. That position must still be retained. But however, it's important to chart a way forward. Such an act, coupled with the adoption of a new constitution with a Bill of Rights, marks the beginning of the qualitative transformation of the South African society. There is no doubt that formal apartheid has been removed and there are progressive laws and policies which have been introduced. The minimal implementation of the RDP, a program of the working class for a better life, has improved the living conditions of the majority. The deracialization of the economy, which saw the emergence of what has been wrongly referred to as the patriotic bourgeoisie, are amongst the gains which must be embraced by the progressive forces in our country. In essence, the processes and gains post the apartheid era means that to a relative extent, the democratic forces have resolved the essential elements of national cooperation. The key question, the fundamental question is, in order to defend, consolidate, and advance such gains, which elements of the main contradiction, that is the resolve of the contradiction between labor and capital, must be introduced, and what should be the focus in respect of the antagonistic forces? Should we still say white monopoly capitalism? Should we still say white minority establishments? What's the main antagonistic force in the current phase of the national democratic revolution? I think that capital, white monopoly capital, still remain the main antagonistic. I don't know if white minority establishment is still the antagonistic, and I think that must be counted. In essence, comrades. Now, as we proceed, comrades, the first and most visible act of any serious revolution is the transference of power, and in particular state power. The present South African state is a democratic state. Comrade, I've heard that There are comrades who think that the South African state is an undemocratic state present. And I am saying that the present South African state is a democratic state insofar as there has been the introduction of formal democracy. But it is a bourgeois state since it is dominated and controlled by the bourgeoisie or capitalist class. There are many bourgeois states, comrades, which did not practice apartheid. There are many autocratic, oppressive states which are also capitalist or bourgeois states. So whether a state practiced apartheid or is autocratic or so on and so on, to me does not define its class character. The class character of the state resides in which class forces are in charge of the economy, of mode of production, distribution, and so on and so on. If you remove, with the death of Sani Abacha in Nigeria, if that was to mean the end of authoritarian rule in Nigeria, that state will still remain a bourgeois state, but we might say democracy is being introduced in that country. So even a proletarian state can be a democratic state. So to me, democracy does not define the class character of states. So I'm arguing, comrades, that the removal of apartheid and the fact that the present state seeks to achieve the rights that are contained in the Constitution in itself makes it a democratic state. I don't think that the South African state is still as oppressive as the apartheid state was. And I'm saying that there must be that recognition. But on the class question, it remains a capitalist state. And Comrade Mwaku also confirmed that yesterday when we were debating. It is not capitalist and proletariat. It can't be both, comrades. It is not capitalist and proletariat. But it's a bourgeois democratic state. In the current phase of the national democratic revolution, the primary objective is the transformation of the South African capitalist state into a national democratic state or developmental state under the control of the alliance of the working class, landless rural masses, the urban poor, and the progressive middle strata. This means taking control over the commanding heads of the economy and placing the wealth of the country in the hands of the democratic state and organs of working class power, such as the corporations. Such an approach must be considerate of the problems associated with an authoritarian and bureaucratic regime of state capitalism, as experienced in other socialist countries. So state ownership is not the only form of working class ownership or worker control. It's not only expressed through that. There are other forms of socializing the ownership of the means of production. I've only mentioned one, in addition to state ownership. Whilst there has been extensive debates about the nature of the South African state and the alternative state, there has not been much debate on the political strategy and program to create a developmental or interventionist state. The fundamental question is whether it is possible to realize a qualitative transformation of the state, whilst the capitalist form of ownership, distribution, and exchange dominate the economy. Centrally, there must be a comma there. The trial of strength or power relations in the economy between labor and capital will determine the future direction of the state. So what I'm saying, comrades, there is that if capital and labor engage at the level of the base, the power relations there will be mirrored in the state. If capital is strong, that will be reflected in the superstructure. If the working class, SASP, and other forces are able to dislodge the power of capital in the base, that will still be reflected in the superstructure. So I'm saying that the struggles that we wage at the base and in tilting economic relations will determine the future direction of the state. It seems that the option of smashing the bourgeois state is remote in the present situation. I don't know, comrades, whether we can still talk about smashing the state, destruction of the state through mass insurrection, or maybe through guerrilla warfare. Not sure whether those options are still available. Sabotage and so on. The progressive forces in this country have not created alternative centers of power to coexist and contest power with the political instruments of the bourgeoisie. This raises the question whether the South African working class is ready to seize political power in order to chart the way forward towards socialism. The point that I'm making, comrades, will know that those who have read theories of Lenin, men in this hall will remember that when Lenin said power to the Soviets, it's because those structures were created in the process of struggle, and they coexisted and contested power with instruments of the working of the bourgeoisie. So I'm saying that in South Africa, whilst there are workers' forums, workplace forums, I mean to say, whilst there are other alternative centers of working class power, but I'm saying those structures are not significant. Comrades, it is an illusion to think that the working class can use the political state machinery or instruments of the bourgeoisie to achieve its goals. As the majority of the people in this country embrace and continue to consolidate democracy, there are elements within the right wing which seek to introduce counter-revolution and destabilize the country in order to block the radical transformation of the country aimed at creating a better life for all. The present state of arms theft and the level of crime, etc., are all intended to undermine the present democratic dispensation. It is important that our strategies and tactics and the choices that we make, that sentence is incomplete, or the choices, or remove that thing, comrades, and the choices that we make at a particular stage are alive to such realities. And I'm not suggesting anything there, comrades. I'm just saying that whatever tactics and strategy must be alive to such a situation, so that we are not being accused, comrades, of even being more dangerous than, or more dangerous as the right wing. So I'm saying that whatever that we do, be it campus trashing, destruction of property, anything, if we do those things, or if we were to do them, as we never did, I think that whatever small tactic must actually be alive to whatever the general perceptions that are there, and must actually say at the end of the day, this organization is clear on counter-revolution, so that we don't get accusations that confuses us with counter-revolution. And that point was raised by one comrade called Peter Sport yesterday, about how we have been perceived. Towards a two-thirds majority. At the last Congress of SASCO has adopted a resolution to deliver a decisive victory for the ANC in the next elections. The ANC and the Tripartite Alliance, and the Mass Democratic Movement, have all set a target which is to achieve a two-thirds majority. The significance of such a victory is to deepen and accelerate the democratization process. Comrades have been asking two-thirds majority for what? And I'm arguing, comrades, that two-thirds majority for the democratization process of our country. That's why we need two-thirds. As the failure to achieve such a goal will only serve to undermine the progressive forces, including SASCO, but more specifically and in particular the African National Congress. It is important that as SASCO we define our role beyond mobilization of the electorate. There are serious problems or tensions within the alliance on the relationship between the RDP and GEAR. Such tensions of late, comrades, at the SSCP Congress. The most pertinent question is what will be the content of the election platform of the ANC and whether it will serve to unite the structures of the movement. With such problems, comrades, we need to also check whether we agree on an election platform and so on. It will be naive, however, comrades, to expect no problems on these important questions, including the processes of finally adopting the election list. And I'm saying that when problems arise in the movement, comrades, we must just understand that these problems, obviously, such processes are inherent of problems. And I think that we must find a particular way in which we maturely understand that there will be such problems related to both adoption of the manifesto and having to finalize the election list. And I think that as SASCO, we must also, as COSATU and other structures did, adopt a position on how do we approach or make contributions to the platform for elections and the national list. There are many cadres of SASCO who can better be deployed in government. I see many here. They might even have a difficulty on agreeing on the first 2 years. So I'm saying those are questions that comrades, if we want to engage, can take up. We must take a position on those issues, comrades, if it is necessary. However, comrades, the strategic choice facing SASCO is not to focus its attention and energies on these issues, but to adopt a program to ensure that we secure a 2/3 majority for the ANC in defense of the gains of the NTR. What I'm saying there, comrades, and I must be correctly understood, is that when problems emerge, to us, whilst people will be changing, exchanging lists, removed from the list, added, some few problems there, ours, comrades, should be to deliver 2/3 majority. Though we can't absolve ourselves from those problems, but I don't think that they must preoccupy our agenda. I think that there is an agenda, comrades, that we have set for ourselves in politics. In conclusion, and as we do that, we are not doing it for anything except to consolidate the NTR. That's why we need 2/3. Comrades, in conclusion, or as I see it, there is a need within the organization to constantly develop a political program to guide the organization together with other progressive forces to achieve the strategic tasks of the movement. And what I'm saying there, comrades, is not that we are not having a political program. It has been signed to provinces. But what I'm saying there is that over consistently and continuously, political program is important to guide to guide the organization. And that's what I'm saying as a principle, must be consistently done. There is an acknowledgement in this document, comrades, that given time and space, it was not possible to do that in the present document. It is only when a theoretical guiding framework has been adopted that we can introduce the second phase, which is a continuation of the present, to look into major elements of such a program. Such a program must also consider the strategic options available to the organization in order to define its future. That is a debate we will enter into at the National Congress. So what I'm saying, comrades, is that this process does not have to be exhaustive. There are, of course, many issues. This Quran, comrades, is not complete, of course, as you can see. But I'm saying that the evolution continues. And before, Comrade Chair, I sit down, my closing remarks outside this document is that, comrades, yesterday in the NEC, when we discussed this document, and this is a remark that I was supposed to make, there was an agreement in the NEC that this paper, comrades, must not be seen as an NEC document. Unfortunately, as the NEC, it was not possible to sit and say we adopt or do what to this document. What we said, comrades, is that this meeting, after it has discussed this document, agreed with it or disagreed with it, whatever will happen to it, the NEC will also have to discuss whatever will be the decision of this meeting. If it is endorsed by this meeting as a discussion document, it will have to be ratified by the NEC. At this stage, comrades, this document remains an initiative of an individual. It does not reflect the views of any comrade in the NEC. When they engage with it and discuss it, must not be seen as NEC comrades different from that document. So, as we discuss comrades, I think that should be the understanding and the status of this paper now. And thank you, comrades. Amanda! Sure, thanks, comrades.
Notwithstanding all these impediments and weaknesses on our part, we're going to create the room and space for clarity, questions, comments, and deal with the issues as raised by comrades. But of chief importance is that, comrades, we're going to deal with particular issues as SASCO issues. We have unbanned politics in in SASCO, and we're going to advance on it. So I'm going to discuss some of these issues. These are issues related to the student organization and its own program of action. And during our prelude, as the Presidium, we've been able to indicate that political opulence and debate in the organization is either dead or is in the process of demise or waning. And the recommendation is that as part and parcel of the program of action, we need either through the Office of the President or the Office of Education and Transformation to ensure that we revive that particular culture of Muhammad. Creativity and initiativeness on our part, without necessarily responding to stimuli. One reason some of these particular issues necessary because we are going to find ourselves in a situation where we just respond to issues as they come. But we need to ensure that that particular culture has been resuscitated and revived. Comrades, Africans is from the delegate from the last week, and what I've been able to say is that we've noted that participation to a certain extent is limited or constrained. We've got intellectuals. If you feel that you want to express yourself in pain, I'm going to allow you to do that. Well, I think we've got a Pan-African language board, but we'll try to ensure that communities will understand that that particular platform should not be abused or want to pay or to want to appeal. I'm going to recognize Comrade Manda, Koshi, Comrade Commissar of Northern Province, Comrade Samuel, Comrades of Avant Politics, Chief. Yeah, comrades, we are in South Korea, we are going to do this necessarily because we don't know each other. But as we stand up, we are going to say that your name is Mandaka Mapus. This thing of MBH out is problematic within the student movement. That is why we don't engage ourselves around some of these particular issues. Except when we are looking to commit far from something.
And I'll come up with my position. So I think that I agree with the spirit of this document. It's politically complex. But one point which is central to me is that an assumption is being created in this document in terms of viewing class and the we as synonymous, which I think is actually problematic. Because in terms of the reflection of this document, it begins to reflect the understanding of the class in terms of, the understanding of a we in terms of the class description, thus applying Marxist-Leninist approach in terms of describing the question, which I think is problematic for the present. Because I think to me, the question of we is not synonymous to the class, but rather what it means is that the question of we will be the entire exposition of the understanding that the universe is composed of divergent entities, which cannot only be reduced by explaining the question of class description. Therefore, if we agree and we accept that the divergent entities in the universe cannot be treated in terms of class, therefore it will be incorrect to view class and we as synonymous. That is my first point. Secondly, Chair, I think left and right also, to me it is also, and these are two antithetic terms. In other words, they are exclusive. A movement of doctrine cannot be both left and right. They are actually antagonistic. And that is why we have agreed that the primary contradictions of any scientific society, it is the relationship between labor and capital. And therefore to argue that it is possible for an organization to be both left and right is actually problematic. I therefore want to argue, Chester said, in that context, that I think SASCO is a left organization. It is either you are right or left. You can't be in the center, in the middle. There's nothing called middle. There's no ideology that is called broad change. Both classical and modern political ideologies do not give recognition of something called a broad change. I think we should draw a distinction between characterizing a character of an organization and the ideological orientation of an organization. The character of the organization, yes, it is true from the president, is a broad change, but its ideological orientation can't be a broad change. It's left. And that is why SASCO has adopted the principle of working class. Where have you seen a capitalist endorsing a principle government. The two cannot be the same. Yes, I agree, South Africa has got a democratic government. And that was necessitated by popular movement for transformation. But state is not democratic. The sovereignty of South Africa is still determined to a great extent by the multinational corporations which have been acknowledged by the government. The sovereignty of the country has been dictated by the supranational bodies in the form of the European Economic Union. And therefore, to argue that the South African state is democratic begins to assume that bourgeoisie is democratic. To me, my argument is that bourgeoisie cannot be democratic. Bourgeoisie is a class entity, and therefore class entity promotes class interest, and class interest promotes the reconciliation. Therefore, if you say bourgeoisie is a democratic, thus conclude that South Africa has got a bourgeoisie democratic state is actually mechanical. Therefore, that context, and it leads me to the last question. Finally, by saying, in the light of this characterization, I think SASCO must go beyond the debate of rejection of gear. I differ with gear. But I want to say that my primary rejection of gear is that it cannot be equated with argument. It is wrong to say the ANC is abandoning the argument. Why? The reconstruction and the development program, it is an agenda to bring about national reconstruction and development. But GEAR is a macroeconomic strategy. For an example, RDP says it is going to bring about a better life, it explains. But GEAR as a macroeconomic strategy begins to say, how are we going to bring about that better life? For example, GEAR is able to say, these are problems in terms of the economy of the country, your size of public service, the question of debt, the question of deficit, the question of currency. These are problematic economic policies, and GEAR is able to say that there will be strategies that will be applied, which I differ in terms of, for example, reducing deficit. It says you must restructure your public service. It proposes what is called the National Social Accord, which begins to restrain the salaries of the working class and perpetuate capital accumulation. And I think that in that context, yes, it is wrong to apply a particular strategy called GEAR in relation to the current material conditions of South Africa, but you can't equate GEAR in that. And therefore, Chairperson, that closure, I think that SASCO must go beyond this rejection and begin to say, are we able to implement our strategies as a student movement within the context of understanding how we characterize the transitional period?
Comrades, I want to appeal that whatever discussion or engagement we are going to venture into should also be located within the overall framework of the strategic perspective on transformation. It would seem that that document is no more revoked, it never existed. It was part and parcel of our objectives resting that strategic perspective and transformation. That I should be able to say out of this public discussion, we are therefore saying that as a student movement, this is the one that we should that is basically the appeal. Chief, 2 minutes. Comrades, I think this democracy is held in abuse. The limitation process. In that part.
Yeah, Chairperson, my name is Bruce. Yeah, I necessarily want to comment in terms of the democratic revolution vis-a-vis the socialist revolution. We also agree that we are now living in a capitalist country. I mean, our country is capitalist, oriented in terms of capitalism. I think, Comrade Chair, when we begin to endeavor this process of saying we want to achieve a socialist country, we cannot necessarily begin to say that a socialist country will necessarily be a permanent revolution. It is wrong in that instance. And that is an illusion that as communists because once we want to begin to achieve a socialist revolution, we need to pass through this phase, a democratic revolution, which I believe that the South Africa will achieve. We have achieved a democratic revolution only because our revolution was not bourgeois driven, but it was working class driven. It was a revolution that was driven by the working class, a revolution that was driven by why we find ourselves in this particular position, which I believe is not a permanent position. But what we need to do now is that we need to work towards achieving a socialist revolution, of which I believe we've achieved. And then the second one is in terms of the identification of class, or within SASCO. I will necessarily say that we want to establish SASCO as an open concept. We want to establish SASCO as a broad church, as it has been commented in this document. I think, Comrade Chair, I want to deal, because we are going to find ourselves in a situation where we are lost. The right which we believe that we do not believe in will be distancing ourselves from. Will be distancing itself from us. And also the left will be distancing itself from us. Once we begin to say that we want to be the middle strata, which I believe is just an illusion.
Thanks.
Where are you around the right of the current political situation in this country?
But then also I'm not attempting to attack with the author, because it will be audible. But I just want to raise a few questions which actually the main purpose of this particular raising this point of question is to spark debates around the question of the state and the nature and the class character of the state. Particularly, there is the author of the document is able to make a reflection, particularly in page 2, that there was a further recognition that one, the National Democratic Revolution will not overthrow the existing capital calculation, but will provide building blocks towards a repeatable monument to progressive improvement in society, which I think is the correct interpretation of the state and the measure rule which the entity should be able to provide. Then also the other question, which is also interconnected with the first question of the case, is one question. It is a notion we should think that we have on the basis of the fact that that is not the same, but that's possible. So that is also the one question of the two deputies. As I was saying, what actually want to attain is that we are aiming to attain the flexibility on the basis of advancing that interstate, which is not the surprise to the needs of the special because it's contested by forces who doesn't have interest in the people to get the path.
Let us acknowledge the fact that some comrades from the left are able to distinguish now what is right from what is wrong.
So you are from the right?
No, I'm not saying that. I want to acknowledge that. The first point that I want to take in this relatively wrong document is one point that deals with the character of the organization. Because it says SASCO represents only the poor. And I want to argue that that statement is wrong. SASCO doesn't represent only the poor. Of course, SASCO represents the poor, but it doesn't only represent the poor. Because what that means is that it excludes those who are not poor. And the issue here is not about poor or rich. The issue is about the interest you have at heart.
Comrades, I know that SASCO are think tanks and politicians. Can you speak the ABCs of SASCO? Because I know political officers are very good. They speak very big language.
But the point I'm trying to make is that we mustn't suggest or must not create an impression that those who are not poor are not represented by SARS. Because there are those who are not poor who are having interests
would want to see non-racialism, democracy emerging, and they are represented by SARS. Second, I want to take this debate on science and technology being a major productive force global. And the document goes further to say science and technology is one productive motive force towards counter-accumulation. And I think a problem that I've identified in most of these papers is that comrades have failed to come out clearly as to how progressively can you make use of science and technology to make better lives for all. I think we are beginning to adopt an attitude that is so negative about science and technology. I agree that at the present moment, there are certain problems that the new technological interventions are making in making lives better. But I'm saying that the debate perhaps should be how best as progressive forces can we engage science and technology for a better life for all. The third point I want to take is the debate on counter-revolution. In the document, it is said that at most or mainly the counter-revolutionary force comes from the right. And that is wrong, again. Because you can have counter-revolutionary forces coming from the ultra-left, and at some point in time, they can even, or the counter-revolutionary force can manifest itself within the left. That is also possible. So we must not create an impression yet that to the right, we are counter-revolutionary. And I think that also brings us to one debate as to what constitutes a counter-revolution first. Because throughout my assessment, we don't know what counter-revolution is here. What constitutes a counter-revolution? Who constitutes a counter-revolution? We call it counter-revolutionary force in South Africa. Is it right only? Is it left? Is it ultra-left? I'm saying we must begin to conceptualize our understanding of what constitutes a counter-revolution and who constitutes a counter-revolutionary force. Lastly, on our ideological orientation, I think Mandla is being workerist. His assertions are very workerist. I think what we are saying here is that SARS-CoV is a multi-class organization that maintains a particular biasness, and that's how we understand our orientation. It means that, and we go further to say, to some extent, or to a larger extent, our programs have got a class content. And I don't think the issue here is to pronounce on whether we are right or left, or right or center. Perhaps we'll ask where is right and where is left and where is center. I think the essence of the matter is that we are an organization with a particular biasness towards a particular class. And as such, our programs do have a particular class content without being left or right or center. Thanks, Colin.
Yeah, someone that Comrade Diego was being more Marxist, and if George is not, George is directional. And if George is right, it's directional. I'm saying that let us try at least to use the Islam as more because it also impacts on our participation as directed. Next time, Comrade might not stand and because it's the right habit.
I think firstly, we need to appreciate the effort of the comrade in terms of preparing this paper because it begins to provoke a number of debates that are then unnecessary in the transition and that they've been absent for quite some time. But I think also of importance, having acknowledged that it's also to reflect firstly on the structure of the document itself. I also think it is programmatic, the structure of the document itself. Because firstly, you find where you characterize the ideological orientation of the organization. And you go to also the international outlook, and you later come to the national political situation. And my own understanding is that you can't find a situation where it's floating
the context in which you characterize the transition. There is a stage where you talk about SASCO and you're not talking about the domestic situation, the context, you don't locate it there. And later you come and begin to say this is the ideological orientation and the character and the nature of SASCO. I think it is incorrect. I think there are a number of issues that are raised here and a number of contradictions within the same document. It might have been unfortunate that, because the comrade has also acknowledged in his conclusion that there's been no space so as to check on a number of aspects. Maybe that contradiction also emerges because of that limitation. For instance, in the document, the comrade talks that one of the intentions of the NDR was to unseat the apartheid state and therefore ensure that there is a democratic state that emerges. But also within the same document, the comrade talks that the primary objective of the NDR is not to overthrow the economic relations that are existing currently. And one becomes confused exactly what is the real objective of the NDR. Because in my own understanding, the real objective of the NDR is to ensure that the national question is redressed. And one of the importance of that is also to tilt the economic relations that presently are existing in our country. As you talked of the bourgeoisie state. Also, within this document, you find also, comrade, whilst characterizing the world order and the ideological views that are hegemonic, it's not clear exactly what becomes the role of the international progressive force within that world order, and what becomes then the role of the student movement, and SASCO in particular. And also there is an impression that is created that as SASCO, because you also don't hear what becomes the role of the alliance and other progressive forces. And there is an assumption that is created that SASCO individually can begin to tip the balance of the forces even within the globe. And that impression is incorrect. Because in my own understanding, whilst SASCO might be able to say we do have a particular capacity, but our approach should be such that we integrate these processes even within the southern region. The document is quiet around the south relations and what is the role. And also it makes an assumption that within the southern region, there is a consensus that has emerged that we are all having a belief of building a socialist state. Whilst comrade also talked about Nigeria, and I think that was a classical example that is relevant here, to say the death of General Abacha does not begin to change the state in Nigeria, and therefore Nigeria has no intentions thus far in terms of building that state. And you don't find such issues emerging within this document and begin to say what therefore becomes the political program of the international progressive forces. Because of also the question of time, I must also indicate that inherent within the process of unseating the apartheid state is to ensure ultimately that the better lives of the people obviously are improved, and that becomes one of the objectives. But also let me trace the point which was raised earlier on by Comrade Man. It is correct that because even yesterday there were a number of debates, but also it was a question of time. There is an extreme and reactionary position that has also emerged in a number of gatherings of SASCO. To say the emergence of PA is a total replacement of RTP and therefore ANC as upper to under RTP. I should think I must express boldly to say that is a reactionary position and it's extreme. Because in my own understanding, RTP begins to provide a framework. But GEA is a strategy, but I don't agree with that strategy. But I'm saying it is also incorrect to argue that that strategy begins to replace totally the RTP. Because my own understanding, GEA is just one variable within the RTP. And you can't begin therefore to reduce RTP, because also we're failing to acknowledge questions like land redistribution. Those are the gains of the RTP, and which all of us have an interest in ensuring that certain societies in certain rural areas begin to reclaim their land and begin to ensure that they are able to create a better life for themselves. And also the document is confined on class. Yeah, okay. It's confined on class. You don't hear anything, because my own understanding, the document claims that the main contradiction is the class contestation in our society. And it reduces the struggle in our country, because also I understand that race is also one of the dominant contradictions, because we've been saying that it is important to de-racialize economy and also to ensure that race, which has been used as the most important factor in ensuring that people in our country are destabilized and dislocated in terms of ensuring that they marshal and also inform the means of economy. And also, you don't also hear anything around the gender question, because also when you talk about the NDR, we must also be able to talk about the gender question, the gender imbalances that have been prevalent throughout. I think the president must not panic; he'll be given a chance to respond. I'm saying also that the question of the gender question does not emerge and begin to say what is the role of the student movement in ensuring that those gender imbalances are addressed, and what becomes then the role of the alliance within the domestic context. I should think, Comrade, it is correct to say, as I said initially in closing, that this document has been able to provoke debates, but this document needs to be reworked thoroughly, because there are a number of areas where this document is unable to begin to set the path that we need to take as an organization. And I should think that needs to be welcomed, that the intention of writing this paper, and therefore begin to say, where are we supposed to go? In closing, in linking this with the comment that the chairperson made, it is correct that within the document you don't hear any reference to the sport document of the organization, and where we locate the ideological orientation of the organization. For instance, in a number of pillars that are reflected in the sport document of the organization, it is even difficult to begin to say, where do you locate those pillars? Or where do you locate this document within those pillars? Anyway, it's the document that needs to be located there. It's not clear exactly what becomes the role of SASCO within the international world order, as I indicated, and even in other areas. I should think, let me close on that note. I hope to be able to come with other issues.
And I've got a problem. I want to deal firstly with the point which Comrade Sabe has raised about what is the strategic objective of the NDR. And this paper, Comrade somewhere says that the main contradiction, comrades, is between labor and capital. That I want to retain. But the paper says, because of the particular situation in our country, we recognize the element of another contradiction, which is national oppression. Sabeda does not say national oppression. The comrade says the national question. The national question seeks to resolve the contradiction of national oppression. And that paper says that class contradiction is primary. Any other contradiction is an attendant contradiction to class contradiction. You can't have national question as a fundamental contradiction. But the national question, the issue of race, gender, ethnicity, those issues, comrades, come as a result of the basic contradiction. I don't think that if in South Africa there was no race, no racial discrimination, they wouldn't have been struggled. But what we said, comrades, was that the primary task is not the overthrow of the existing capitalist relations. We said the primary task is the attendant contradiction, which is the result of the national question. And that, comrades, confuses also the other question of a task and objective. I am saying, comrades, that in agreeing with the comrades, to resolve national question, you need a democratic state. That is not a primary objective. It is a task. It is a primary task to change the state in order to finally resolve the national question. And I'm saying that we must distinguish between these issues very clearly. Because I might be in comrades that the primary objective of the NDR is to resolve the question of national oppression. And that to me, comrades, is primary. And where does the issue of the economic relations comes in? I'm saying, comrades, that the NDR, we realize that obviously to create a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, united society, that in itself would not be the end of the struggle. You also need to say there was, of course, economic exploitation. That is another contradiction. In order to defend and secure exactly the achievement of the case that you've made. And I'm arguing, comrades, that I think that this paper is very clear on arguing that our country recognizes that the resolve of the national question is fundamental. And that point has been correctly made. And I still want to insist that, comrades, I think that must really indicate where the problem is. I want to agree that there are a number of outstanding issues, like on sport. My understanding of sport, comrades, is that it is a perspective on the transformation of the higher education sector. Of course, it has some reference with the broad political situation. The sport documents, comrades, at some stage we tasked the political education department, I don't know last year or this year, to improve that document. But it deals, if you look at the elements of sports, you talk about campus work, community work, and so on and so on. And those are elements of higher education transformation. But this is a political discussion document, and I agree that there is a need to say, more specifically in terms of higher education transformation, where are we in terms of the elements of sports? And that is an element of reworking that document. And I think that that is a task which is important, and we have to link both. The fact that the political struggle and the education struggle is linked, I think that there was a need for a guiding perspective at that stage. But I want to suggest, comrades, that it's important to rework sport without actually comprehensively incorporating it into this document. Sport to me still remains relevant, except that we have tasked in Congress over the past years to rework that document insofar as our sector is concerned. And I want to acknowledge that point. On the South-to-South relations, obviously, Congress, this document can't deal with everything international. It has got, there are a number of issues. For example, it does not explain the overthrow of Suharto. It does not talk about what is the power of existing progressive forces international. I want to agree that's a limitation. It can't deal with all those issues. I think we would have had a comprehensive document. But I'm saying these things are based on issues that have been excluded, comrades. I agree they must be incorporated. But let's take other debates. GEA replaces the RDP or not? That's not an insinuation that has been made, but that's a suggestion that says, as the translation has been saying. Comrades, I'm convinced that the overall thrust of GEA frustrates the strategic objectives of the RDP. And I think that can be contested. We can go into elements of GEA. In actual fact, SAS was rejected, has marched against GEA, has petitioned against GEA. And I maintain that the organization is correct. If there's a new insinuation that seeks to say, as GEA says, GEA takes the RDP forward. I differ with that. And in our rejection of GEA, my understanding was that we're even rejecting that. The fact that GEA says it takes RDP forward and we rejected that, that in itself to me represents rejecting GEA, even those clauses. But what I agree upon, comrades, is that we need a macroeconomic strategy, alternative to GEA. But let me point out that I don't think that the task of SAS for comrades is to go and sit down and draft another document called macroeconomic strategy. I don't think that we have to do that. But I think that what we have to do, comrades, is to consolidate principles that must inform a macroeconomic strategy. But to come with our GEA, I think that I don't know if the organization can be so ambitious to do that. What I'm suggesting, comrades, is that the RDP has got fundamental principles of a macroeconomic strategy, which must be incorporated in any macroeconomic strategy of the country. There are such principles suggested in the RDP. If we were to take one by one, I think we can start. And I'm suggesting, comrades, that I think the organization must insist on its rejection of GEA, including the assertion that GEA takes the RDP forward. It's there in GEA, and I think it must be rejected. That's one point. Let me go to the state. There are points that have been raised about the state. The two comrades, that the South African state is dominated by multinationals. It is that to me which defines the state. The comrades don't tell us. Why do you come to a conclusion that the South African state is not a democratic state, or is a democratic state, or is a bourgeois state? What criterion have you used? Because I'm saying the dominance of the economy by the capitalist, production, ownership, and distribution exchange. In those elements of state, that in itself defines to me the class nature of the state. That's what they are not saying to us. To them, what criterion have you used? To say the South African state is capitalist, is bourgeois, or is not democratic. How do you come to those conclusions? And I'm insisting, comrades, that the South African state is not as autocratic as the Nigerian state. There are elements of democracy. The South African state is trying to implement the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And that to me is a gesture of commitment to democracy. Let's talk about the origin of bourgeois rights, which are in the Bill of Rights. This thing started with the French Revolution. The bourgeoisie at the time of the French Revolution, comrades, waged a struggle that was called the bourgeois revolution. And the outcome of that are the elements of whom some are contained in the Bill of Rights. And those things are sometimes referred to as bourgeois. And I'm saying that, of course, we as a country did not get those rights because of the bourgeoisie. But side by side with the bourgeoisie, we fought for those rights. And the bourgeoisie was part of that struggle. And I'm saying, Comrade, that if we have to trace what is a bourgeois right, I think we can do it. But I'll start from the French Revolution. It's a problem because Comrade George allowed a number of remarks, and from there I must only respond to one. But let me proceed, comrades. And George must not tell me as well. The debate on counter-revolution, comrades, I think Tamobe said, yes, comrades, at a party congress, that even within the left, there's counter-revolution, whatever. My understanding, comrades, is that to me, counter-revolution in South Africa comes from within the classical right, and I want to agree with you, the outside. But I would have a problem if the left also constitute a counter-revolution. I would want to be convinced, comrades must explain, because that statement is important. I can explain how the right and the ultra-right constitute a counter-revolution. But I want comrades to assert that even the left constitute a counter-revolution. Must explain that. SARS, for example, we're told, is also having the potential to be right-wing, actually be more dangerous than right-wing. Those statements were not expatiated. We were not told the specific 1, 2, 3, 4 things constitute counter-revolution, which SARS is doing. So I'm saying, comrade, and I'm not saying SARS is left, but when you say the left constitutes a counter-revolution, I want it to be explained. Because on the ultra-right, on the right and the ultra-left, I agree with them. But I don't agree on the left. On the ideological orientation of SARS, comrades, it is wrong and incorrect, and I want to agree with Comrade Mani. Not that man. I agree with all statements made by Comrade Mani, in exception of labels. That comrades, and that the comrade next to hand, to suggest that we agree about the socialist strike, we are a left student organization. Comrades, when we make inferences, we must quote. SASCO here is left. Working class leadership, comrades, to me, that's never ever said SASCO is left. In the struggle against apartheid, all the comrades who are opposed to the working class as a main motive force agreed on working class leadership in the struggle of 20. SASCO is only saying the working class constitutes the main motive force. It is the bedrock of the national democratic revolution. This leadership cannot be entrusted on any other ground. To achieve a non-racial, non-statist democratic South Africa, it can't be the bourgeoisie which list. And that in itself does not suggest socialism. I want comrades who are saying SASCO is a socialist student organization, or communist, or we committed ourselves to that, to quote and indicate, working class principle on itself does not. There must be reference. And I find it problematic for comrades to make statements without making reference here and there. Just generally, any statement can be made, but it must be substantiated by facts, comrades. We must point and say, here, we said we are left. And lastly, as Comrade George, I can say, comrades, the debate about Comrade George as a sitter is that obviously, comrades, and this is in conclusion, all other remarks that I did not respond to, comrades, it's not because I don't want to do it. Let me indicate to comrades that I think that to a significant extent, the comments that says there are particular elements that are not included in the document, I think it is correct. And this document, of course, comrades, I acknowledge that we are starting, this is a preliminary phase. We're still at the starting point. But comrades must not also in their debates fail to realize that at the Congress, there was another document which was presented and was acknowledged and appreciated by the document. And I want to go to Comrade Sade. I don't know which law says you can't start with national political situation. Start with internet. I have written, let me say I've written 3 pages after that one. In the first 2, I started with the international situation. I went to other issues, international, local, and so on and so on. But I was not following any law. The fact that comrades have started with the original role of SASCO, I was not following any law. The point that I'm making is to say these things must be arranged in this way and that way, must be substantiated. Why? Why can't we start with the launch of SASCO, follow the national political situation? In other documents, they conclude with the international situation. In other documents. What I want to acknowledge about this document is that I think it was supposed to have many sub-items on other issues. Because there's just one heading followed by a lot of things. And Comrade Makapuda, in conclusion, I'm saying, comrades, that 2/3 is about the democratization process of our country. If that does not explain anything, I think we must be unpaid. I think this country has made commitments. The liberation movement has made serious commitments. They are documented, they are contained in a number of documents, and positions are being adopted. That is exactly why we need the 2/3 majority to achieve those objectives that we have set for ourselves. And I'm saying, comrades, that I think as we engage, and this is something that we learned with other organizations. Comrade point and say that must be excluded. That must be there. I think that that's how, and I want to challenge comrades also to write. Because since I've been writing these great documents, comrades have been saying a lot of things which can be put in documents. And I want to say that, comrades, let's also write and enrich the debates in the organization. I think that the debate about sports, comrades, it must be a resolution which must be ratified. That document, insofar as higher education is concerned and brought other issues related to it, it must be reworked. And I agree with that. And I think we'll take up other issues.
Okay, comrades. All right, no. Now, comrades, I'm going to recognize Comrade David, Comrade Peter in that part. Kosimampuru.
All what we have to do is to strategize the comrades in order to make it a point that there comes a time where we'll be able to say this is a government strategy that is going to back up the needs of the communities in our respective areas. Because comrades begin to say you are a politician because you can criticize the of which the comrade doesn't know much about the organization that is the member of. All what we have to do is to empower comrades and take these debates, not criticize each other as a person, but critically look into the debate and the content of what is here. Thanks to.
Now, comrades, I've sensed repetition. I've sensed. Comrades are sensed. So, what's that? Comrades, can just maybe someone, just give you some, the Labour wanted orientation of the organization, also the character of the organization. And the nature of the student movement, left, right, middle, class, all sides. I think we'll be able to, to make a reflection around some of the stuff like issues. And where do these issues take us in the student movement? And how do we sustain in the light of this program character and orientation, challenges facing us. That is one of the partner tasks. The contested terrain of SASCO, the contested nature of SASCO is another issue. The Moria or no Moria, comrades need to locate the student movement correctly the present political conjuncture and define the student movement in line with the current political setup, nationally, internationally, and otherwise. It's reflected on the racial political situation. I think comrades have been able to correctly reflect around some of these partner issues. And how do you locate such within the strategic perspective of transformation? And also the challenges facing the student movement. 1,999 in national relations, what becomes our last year. Comrades, I'm not going to repeat all what these comrades have raised. We are saying that this is part and parcel of the ongoing process. We are chasing time, and therefore I'm going to allow the next comrades whom I recognize 2 minutes each. From there, Comrade Jacob is going to make a summary. Okay? That's what I mean. Over to you.
In terms of this discussion. The way the movement president is defined in most of these stipulations, to some extent, very much time. But I'm saying that to me, for the fact that SASCO's programs, Comrade Chair also acknowledged that the programs of SASCO are left orientated, and therefore it characterizes SASCO also ideological education. And therefore, this is a point that we must also begin to say that SASCO is a particular ideological direction,
and that adopted direction locates us within a particular direction. That is why managed correctly said referring to SARS as a left, being part of the left. But the other thing, Comrade Chairperson, I think there is also this thing that NTR socialism, ANC socialism. You see, Comrade Chairperson, no one has said the ANC must go for socialism. In fact, the programs that we are advocating must maximize the basis for socialism. I think their comrades are clear. We are not saying that ANC must say no, socialism is an answer. And we have clearly captured the question of the national question. The way this contestation has been used, to some extent, has been wrong. Because of, I also agree with some comrades when they say, they will not be shocked when IMF and World Bank will be saying we support the NTR. Because of NTR will say anything to each and every one. I also don't understand why something should be contested. Which task force should we contest us? I think that's a problem. So I think I've made a point.
Clearly, as a strategic document, put forward and chart a way forward for us. Much of the debates that have been central here, comrades have listed the document very clearly. Would be well aware that we are on par, but our document also acknowledges that inherently there are some elements of there that we do agree with. But necessarily, as a framework and as a dynamic strategy towards upliftment of that, I think there we have been.
Might be there. I think some of these things must be clarified for it. One comment is around capitalist and proletariat. I think that I just want to clarify that point, and it's English, and I'm sympathetic to both of them. I'm not saying it's either capitalist or proletariat. I'm not saying. There are other comrades who are saying that the present South African state has got elements of proletarian state and elements of capitalist state. They are saying there are both. That is, it is a capitalist and proletarian. So I'm saying it is not that. It is one of those. That is why I'm finally saying it is a capitalist state. The bourgeoisie is a class within that capitalism. And where I'll say bourgeoisie or capitalism or capitalists, I think I'm talking about the same class. There is no class difference. It's just English, which has got many words. So the point for me, comrades, the issue that I'm raising there, and I think this is how I want comrades to understand my point. I am reaching a conclusion, comrades. Let me start with a summary on the state. And I think that before we even do that, comrades, it is wrong for us to engage permanently without adopting positions. Trotsky talks about permanent revolution, but I don't think we can talk about permanent engagement. Even in that permanent revolution, we must say, here, comrades, we agree. Here, we are not agreeing. And on the state, comrades, this paper reaches a conclusion that the present South African state is a capitalist state, competitive. And we must distinguish between state government and the ANC. The ANC is a multi-class, the state is not. The state currently is predominantly capitalist. The leadership of Thabo is ideological positions on the ANC, in the ANC, and on what the ANC is supposed to be or is, in itself does not represent what the ANC is. And the ANC policies are also not policies of government. Government does have policies. Some of them are ANC positions, some of them are not. So I think we must not confuse all these three elements. So the other point, comrades, I think that we must agree that on the state, what I am getting, comrades, is not that there are really different views. What I'm getting is that the lack of clarity on how do we arrive at a particular conclusion. But the conclusion of this paper is that the South African state is a capitalist state. And I want comrades who are challenging that notion to say that is not our understanding, to be able to say so. On the class nature of SASCO, I think that we agree in SASCO is a broad church, it's multi-class, it's contested. The left in SASCO, comrades, must not, because they are dominating SASCO, then say SASCO is left. The fact that the majority of SASCO, of comrades in SASCO are left, and they are making the programs of SASCO's coverage of poverty is saying to be left and have a left perspective. It does not